Welcome everyone to Cisco Canada's virtual kitchen show at the Restaurants Canada show. Well, Kim, let's hope the internet holds out.
Yeah, I got my fingers crossed.
Woo! Anyways, Kim Sutherland, Chef Kim Sutherland, Rockstar. Thank you to be our co-host today on this marathon of shows and guests that we have today. Welcome, Kim.
Thank you. Thank you, Jay. I'm super excited to be here and be part of this. And of course, talking food and the food industry is my favorite thing to talk about. So yeah, bring it on, Marathon.
We have a ton of guests that's going to be visiting us over the next 4 days. It is going to be epic. It's going to be crazy. It's going to be amazing. And you know what? It's just going to be a lot of fun too, because that's kind of our industry. We want to have a little fun too at the same time.
Absolutely. And I think we're all feeling a little disconnected right now. So this will bring us all a little back together. We're so used to meeting each other at the show and shaking hands and hugs and sharing a beverage and things like that. So this is kind of our smaller, very downscaled, probably safer way of doing it. So
yeah, absolutely. So, I remember last year I was actually one of the hosts at the RC booth interviewing people from all over the world. So it is kind of a little bit safer this way, obviously. Maybe one day we'll get back, but definitely something I'm missing is that handshake and that hug. So, you know what? I'm going to be drinking a lot of coffee though.
yeah.
And it'll be fun. This is interesting. And why not? Let's give it a try, right? The virtual world.
Yeah, I think we've had an opportunity to learn so many things, and really for the food and beverage industry, it has literally pulled us outside of our comfort zone to be able to do things like this. Like I know many a chef who would much rather be hiding in a kitchen, preparing food on a plate than having to be out having conversations with people and learning new techie stuff. That's not our thing,
exactly.
normally. Yeah. So
my favorite was the food. It was so funny. I was on a show the other day doing a panel talk, asked them about food shows, and I said, they're like, what was the favorite thing you love at food shows? And I said, well, the food, obviously, right? Like,
yeah,
that's the best part.
I always felt very guilt-free about eating every small dessert I could possibly find. Like I would just have them all. Yeah, I can have 2 of those right now because I know tomorrow I'm not going to have that. So I'm going to have them all. Yeah.
Just stretchy pants and go for it.
Yeah, absolutely. An extra pair in the car.
It's awesome.
Yeah.
So, Kim, I'm just going to share with everyone who's coming up and what we have coming up. So one of the big things that we have at the booth, so if you've been to the Cisco booth, the virtual booth that we have at the Restaurants Canada show this year, you'll notice that there's a top banner. It says click here and you'll see today's show on Facebook. We're also live on LinkedIn. We're also live on YouTube for 4.5 hours. So if you got, want to hang out on your couch and just chill out, you got lots of stuff to do to watch. But here's who we have. So we have one of the things that we want to talk about today is what makes Cisco different. Because I hate to tell everyone we are different and we're completely different. And who does this kind of stuff is why it makes us different. And I find finding out what's different about us will really encourage people to lean in and learn more about Cisco. So we have a lot of shows today about the Cisco difference. We have a lot of guests from across Canada that's going to be joining us. Everything from Ellen Zacharias everyone from Ellen Zacharias out in the prairies to actually one of our chefs, Chef Patrick from BC, from Vancouver, which you're going to see green trees behind him. I saw on the pre-show. And he's going to be cooking for us a couple dishes. We also have Ryan and a few folks from the Culinary Federation visiting us as well. Kevin Penner is going to be on today too, as well as Greg Prokopowicz. He's going to be on talking about some different things. And then we also have Michael Adet, one of our marketing managers out in BC as well. This warm weather, people drive me crazy. He's going to be on talking about social media tips. And I believe he also has a guest as well. So, and then we also at noon today have Bocuse on, a couple of amazing chefs visiting us from Bocuse, one of the companies that we also work with. And that's just today. And then we have 3 days like this, where we have Canada Beef on 6 times. Do you know we have Amy Peck, Kim? I don't know if you know Amy, but she also did the Guardians of the Grasslands movie.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
Yeah, that is actually shot just south of Calgary in this 65,000 acre ranch.
Wow.
Like, that's huge.
That's huge. That's like Yellowstone size.
I was going to say it's bigger than Yellowstone size.
Oh, yeah.
We had that talk. We had that talk on the weekend. And then we also have John from Hero Burger, the CEO of Hero Burger, is going to be visiting us on Tuesday. We have like so many people. It is incredible. So we also have my favorite Chef Kepi's going to come in from Maple Leaf. Chef Mark from Oli Mill. If I don't say them back to back, they get cranky. So
Yeah.
if you say Oli Mill, you got to say Maple Leaf. If you say Maple Leaf, you got to say Oli Mill. So they're both have their chefs on and their teams on this week as well. Just tons of information to help the industry, to have a good time, to chat, to learn. That's all we're going to do over these next 4 days.
Awesome.
Marathon of knowledge.
Yeah.
And fun.
Connection and community. I'm all about the community of the industry.
Yeah. So Kim, I think you're one of the coolest chefs I've met because you cooked for Prince.
Thanks. Yeah.
You cooked for Prince. You cooked for Prince.
I did.
Okay. So tell us now. We have a little time because we're calling this the shoot the stuff talk.
Oh, yeah.
So Kim, tell us a little bit about you. I'm going to put you big on screen. Here we go.
Okay.
Tell us about your history because I read your bio and I'm like geeking out here.
Yeah, that's because I've really had an opportunity to do so many fun things. So I have been in a kitchen or various roles for a little over 20 years. That I am super young. So I started really early. I'm just keep telling myself that. And I have had an opportunity essentially to grow up in the food and beverage industry. I went to a culinary school in London, Ontario, at Fanshawe College where I started. And I actually, funny enough, I'll even back it up. I never went into culinary school out of high school. I actually was going to university, and then I realized I was really, really bad at multiple choice exams. I sucked at them like so bad. So I went back to high school because I was coaching my high school cheerleading team at the time. And an old gym teacher or a former gym teacher had said to me, why don't you go into culinary school? And I was like, I have no interest in cooking whatsoever. Why would I go into culinary school? Yeah. And then I went back and I thought about it a little bit more. And it was actually, and this is probably one of the cheesiest stories you can imagine. I went into culinary school because Monica on Friends was a chef. I really liked her jacket. And I thought I could get a boyfriend if I knew how to feed him. So 20 years later, I'm still in the industry. I don't have a boyfriend though, but we'll still work on that later. 20 years later, I'm still in the food and beverage industry. I cannot imagine being part of anything else. I love everything about it. I owned my own restaurant. I catered for years. I spent 10 years at Budweiser Gardens under Ovations and then Spectra Food Services. And I was our regional chef and our regional executive chef. So I'd never imagined that I would be a chef at a large event center. I was always restaurants, private golf courses, things like that before. And then I had an opportunity. My first executive job was at this 10,000 seat concert stadium, or the House of the London Knights in London. And I had a giant team that I worked with that were absolutely fantastic. But in doing that, kind of the fun things that I have had an opportunity to do was also, we were in charge in our space in the kitchen of doing there was restaurant, and then there was suites, then there was group hospitality rooms, and then we did all the backstage catering for most of the bands that had come in. So in the 10 years, I fed just about everybody that came in. I got an opportunity to spend 5 days as Pearl Jam's chef, where I got to just feed the band. And I do have a very funny story. Eddie Vedder came off the stage to thank me one morning. And I was if you can imagine, I was so starstruck and tongue-tied, like I couldn't even speak. And now you and I have talked enough to know that I don't often have a hard time talking.
Nope.
He came down, said thank you to me for everything that I had done and all this. And I said to him, your tuna melt is in your dressing room. That was it. Here's my big chance. Eddie Vedder's standing right in front of me. He knows me by name. we're having this moment, and all I can say is your tuna melt is in your dressing rack. And he's like, yeah, hey, thanks, Kim. And then I walked away, and I was like, oh, but I had your picture on my wall growing up, and I love you, and blah. And yeah, didn't say any of that. So, but I had so much fun. We cooked for Prince, and I can't say I personally, because I had a fantastic team that was part of it, that made me look really, really good over the years. So we cooked for Prince, we cooked for Neil Diamond numerous times, Johnny Reed, like lots of good Canadians in there. Bare Naked Ladies were like regulars, the Tragically Hip. Lenny Kravitz, Cher was there. Like we had an opportunity to be part of it. And I made it a point of, at the beginning of every concert, we stopped the kitchen for everything we were doing. Didn't matter how busy they were. And everybody tried to fight me on it most of the time. And I was like, nope, everybody stops working. And we watched the opening of every single show just to see. And it kind of, it's changed the entire dynamics of the night for us. So yeah, we also did, the Memorial Cup, the World Figure Skating, the Briar, the like large events. And then I had an opportunity to go to Nova Scotia and cater out in a giant field for the Canadian Scout Jamboree, which was so much fun. Probably one of the highlights of my career. And I have honestly been gifted with an opportunity to do so many fun things. Never thinking that I was going to be a large venue person. So, and from there, I've now been out of a kitchen for 1 year, which is the longest in my entire career that I ever have. I never even took a mat leave for a year with 3 children. And now I've been out for a year now, but I have had an opportunity to create so many new, fun, exciting things that I've been working on, and to see where the rest, I feel like an adult now. Like I was never an adult before. It was just working in the kitchen was so much fun. I was never a grown up, and now I have to be a grown up a little. Well, maybe not. So,
well, so one of the things I want to share with everyone is that Kim is actually going to be our host a show on our SVK channel starting March 23rd, my birthday.
Yep.
Kim is launching her first show. And Kim, do you want to share with everyone that is joining today and going to watch us later? Because that's what we do. We binge watch.
Yeah.
Cisco shows. Do you want to share with everyone what your show's about and what we're going to talk about?
Yeah, absolutely. So probably about 4 years ago, I had come up with this realization. Now, when I was in the corporate world, I had an opportunity to do all kinds of leadership training and coaching and all kinds of things like that. And I was able to shift a lot of the ways in which I was a leader. And I slowly began to realize that was one of the biggest things that's missing in our industry, is that I got to be an executive chef because I made really great food. But a lot of us are, I don't want to say we're a-holes of human beings. And we don't know better. We only know what we know, and that is how to make food. So I started to create this project of this leadership and coaching program. And it was walk-in sessions, which is I never had a fridge on I never had a door on my office. So I would meet people in the refrigerator. So it's a coaching program that helps give the tools to chefs and executive chefs or management on how to guide and lead their teams. Now, there's so many ways in which our industry is changing, and we're all fighting for the same really great 10 line staff or teammates to work with. So this kind of gives you those tools to have that edge up ahead. And we're going to do a lot of talk about that. And it's also partly my background. I'm also a yoga teacher part-time and a mindful eating and meditation practitioner. So it's kind of taking all of those, wrapping it in a bow, putting it on the Cisco platform, and giving chefs and the industry people tools to be able to manage their stress levels, to help with their mental health challenges, to tools to deal with addiction services within your own industry, all kinds of things like that. Really kind of the soft skills, as we would call them these days. So
you get me doing yoga, Kim.
Yeah, I am, Jay.
We
You got
will
to
have.
work on your breathing. You got to
Yeah, we got to work on that, eh?
Yeah, because you turn on and you go, and you don't
I
breathe.
don't stop.
So
I don't
you
breathe.
need,
I'm not going to breathe for the next 4.5 hours.
yeah, I'll work on that. We're
We'll
gonna
work
take
on
breath
that, eh?
breaks. Yeah.
Right. So that is awesome. So um, we have our first guest coming up here in 12 minutes. Here, Alan's going to join us. I see him in the green room there. Hi, Alan.
Oh,
Alan Zacharias. He's also a legend in the industry. He's going to be on here soon. And yes, Alan, I will run your slides there. So just so you know, everyone's trying to be so perfect, which is awesome. But yeah, so I'm excited, Kim, for you to have your show on our show and be able to reach out there and help people. And we're actually I'm doing a mental illness for our industry talk on our podcast channel, because we also have Cisco Canada's podcast on every podcast channel there is
yep.
out there, Spotify's, iHeart, you name it. We're going to be talking about that. It is because right now it's got to be tough for a lot of people out there that is in their industry, or was laid off, or is that is mental illness at its biggest right now. What are some of those things right now that I don't want to get into too deep, but right now, is it something that more people need to be aware of right now in the industry? Like, where's
Absolutely.
this going right now?
Absolutely. I think it's huge for us in the industry from a standpoint of we as chefs do things. Our job is to serve. We serve people, and that is how we fill our tanks, is by that ability to get that feedback back from someone who's loved something we've made, it's like a constant ego stroke when you're in a kitchen and you're good at it, or even if you're not good at it and you're still learning. So you're constantly filling your tank with those things. And for people that aren't in that space right now, they're kind of floating around in the air with no real tools on how to deal with any sort of the lack that we're feeling, not only from a financial standpoint, but we're also feeling lack in, we can't be of service right now.
Mm-hmm.
We can't be out there doing those things for people. And that in itself is a huge, huge hit to take, and a huge lack on our mental health and wellness, because has shifted to a point where, and I feel like this has happened for the good of us versus to us in the food and beverage industry, because now we're out there having these conversations. We're having conversations about our mental health. So, and one of the biggest things that I want to focus on is, yes, the importance of everyone's mental health is key in making sure that the people that need help are getting the help that needed. But where my focus is coming on is that you can have someone who's doing all the work at home, or doing all the work within themselves. They're reading all the books. They're following all the protocol they have to follow. And then they go back to work and they go into the kitchen where they still have this jerk sous chef, this jerk head chef who still treats them down, knocks them down, belittles them, is in that same ego-driven anger space. And then they go back and they fall off their path again. So I'm going after the leadership in this, and my focus is on them and giving them the tools in how to communicate properly, how to recognize the people that are struggling, how to empower those teammates, and really work by the fact that I'm a better leader because I am making sure my team is doing everything they can. It's not about me looking good. It's about my team looking great. And therefore that makes me look good. So I think we really need to break down all the roles of what's happening right now. And I think the one will really be able to feed the other part.
Yeah, and I think I'm glad you're going after that, because you're going to break some rules and break some old habits.
Yeah.
That I think needs to be broken. I think we need to look at this. Well, first of all, we look at the industry itself, and we know it's had a lot of challenges in a sense, profit wise.
Yeah.
But the people also, and I had a guest on my show, podcast show a couple of weeks ago, a restaurateur from Red Deer, Alberta. And he is an incredible leader. And It's interesting because they've opened a restaurant in January. Who opens a restaurant in January, let
Yeah.
alone in a pandemic?
Yeah.
They opened one, and he said they ran out of food the first 2 days because they were so busy, and very successful place. And I believe a big part of that is his leadership and what he does to his staff, and how that reiterates, and it kind of becomes contagious with his guests and everything that comes in there.
Yeah.
I believe that new level, or that new way of leading within our industry, needs to be brought out. I don't hear it all the time. I think it needs to be more and more.
And I think if you think about it, I love to talk about the ripple effect. So if you imagine that the chef is the lead in the space, or whoever that kitchen person is, and if that kitchen person is in a really great mood, is feeling fulfilled in what they're doing, they're being taken care of, all of those check marks are ticked off in their box, and they're creating this beautiful dish that they're super passionate about. So from a yogi and mindful eating standpoint, that energy that I carry gets passed through my food. It gets carried directly into what it is I'm plating, and you can feel that energy in it. So here I am, I'm in a great mood. I'm creating this beautiful dish. I put it up in the past. The front house comes in, they takes that plate, they see how much love and energy I've put into it. They feel that. They go out, hand it to the person at the table. Person at the table instantly feels that. That person leaves the restaurant, goes outside, and the ripple effect of how fast those branches can expand could be absolutely enormous. You would never know how much that beautiful dish you created with so much love was then passed on to all of those people afterwards. And that's the cool thing about it.
You got a good point. And I remember getting hollered at in kitchen, like screamed at, actually, pans thrown.
I'm a recovering kitchen.
Okay.
Yeah. So I get that. It's part of a key. That's what I call myself. So,
oh man, it's so funny. That is like over 20 some years ago. I remember like 25 years ago. I remember getting pots thrown at me in a kitchen. I didn't really work in the kitchen as much as a lot of people do and stuff like that, but I worked more in the front of the house. But oh, look at that! You get in comments. No. The cool about it is I remember that it 25 years later, still remember how I felt in that moment. It was horrible. It was horrible.
You know what? That was a defining moment for me. I remember the exact night that I went off, and it was the entire kitchen stopped dead in their tracks because I yelled at someone to get out of the kitchen. And I had never yelled like that. And I actually stopped, and I was like, who was that person? Where did that person come from? Because I would not talk to someone like that. But at the time, I was in a bad space relationship wise. Like, my marriage was coming to an end. I was stressed out. My job, I was feeling threatened in my job. I didn't know there was so much turmoil. And instead of realizing it was on me, I took it out on the front house person who merely just asked a clarification question. Like, it was a simple question. And I remember it stopped me dead in my tracks. And that has been one of the biggest moments in my life where I kind of went, okay, you know what? This is not okay. This is not, like, I can't go forward behaving like this person. And how dare I yell at another human being like that because they were doing their job? So, and they was 100% on me. And but I realized how many of us don't get to that point. How many of us go through our entire career in that space? Yeah. And you know what? That being said, on the flip side, it is, and again, Jay, you'll have to stop me talking because I love to talk about this.
No, keep going.
And so it's an industry where we've put these chefs on pedestals. We've created this space for them to be glorified. And you know what? Like, we work really hard and we do a lot of things, and it is very awesome to do that. So on one side, we've put them on these pedestals where they have an opportunity to create the greatest thing someone's ever eaten. Like, that's huge. You get to create the greatest thing someone's ever eaten. You're also taking your art form and allowing another human being to actually consume it and take it on. Mm-hmm. And then on the flip side, we've had things like different parts of I love the Food Network. I have lots of friends on it, but we've also created an opportunity for people at home to be master chefs and things like that. So
Yeah.
like it took me 20 years to gain this jacket and to be here. Why are we normalizing something like that? Because it's not the same, and we can't. So now we make those people have become a threat to the people in the kitchen as well. So yeah.
Don't get me started on that.
We're going to talk about all of this.
Don't get me started on that. Right. So, what we're gonna do here? We got 1 minute until Alan's coming on. He's anxious and he's showing his tattoos. So, in the green room. I hope you did your push-ups, Alan.
Yeah.
He's all ready to go, and this is the stuff that's so great, Kim. That for you to have your show on our SVK channel is to be able to talk about this stuff, and this is one of the things I think that's great about our shows is, we're here to help the industry, no matter if you're a customer or not of Cisco's. We just want to be here to help and bring knowledge and bring people like yourself to the forefront that needs to be out there to help other people in this industry. And I think that's so special. The other thing that's cool about our shows, and I put a comment on here, is you're able to comment, and we see those comments that come across, and you can interact with us all for the next 4 days. And that's all of our guests. You can ask Alan what late night when he got his tattoo, where he got it. You can ask him that later. But we definitely want to make sure that you're able to interact, and that's what's cool about us and about what we do here. So
I was going to say, Jay, one of the cool things, and again, like to comment about what you were just saying. So I was not a Cisco customer, and the fact that Cisco has done this and what they are doing is to me is so forward thinking in the way that they are putting forward to look after the industry. And I always my purpose now is to serve those who serve. And I really think that is really come into alignment with Cisco and the belief system behind there. So that to me is huge. I know you're writing that down. To serve.
No, I'm getting feedback from my peeps. On my mic. Anyways, let's run, because Alan's he's so excited to get in here. So we're gonna run a quick commercial. I'm gonna check my mic. What I'm gonna do too, Kim, is I'm gonna get you guys to chat, because I have my delivery upstairs of my food, my coffee. It's freezing now. It's probably cold, which is okay. But I'm gonna introduce you to Alan. Get Alan all set up here, and then I know for 1 minute you guys can chat while I go grab my takeout. And I recommend everyone else grabbing delivery too today and supporting the industry. But let's run to a cool commercial, which I think is gonna. There we go. It's a little. You might know this one. You might know this organization a little. Here we go. We'll be right back, everyone.
When you're a member of the Culinary Federation, you season your culinary career with its benefits.
Connecting and networking, culinary challenges and competitions, certification programs, culinary and business skills training, cost savings programs, mentorship and career development. The Culinary Federation, bringing together professional chefs and cooks from across Canada to honor tradition while evolving into the future. Be part of the change.
Join the Culinary Federation revolution today.
There he is.
Hi, everybody.
Hi, Alan.
Yeah.
Hi, Kim.
Hi.
I really liked your last comments there about Cisco and what we're doing in the industry these days. So it's going to segue into what we're talking about today.
Perfect. It's almost like I planned that, right?
I know.
So anyways, Alan, welcome. We're so excited for you to be here. I am. I love chatting to you. Alan's another one of those guys that I just get chatty, and then an hour later we're like, oh, shit.
Yeah.
I don't know if I can swear or not to. Yeah. Well, guess what? We broke that mold now.
Yeah.
Anyways, we're in the industry. It happens. Alan, do you want to kind of do a little intro? I'm going to run and grab my third-party delivery upstairs because it's sitting outside in my front door. I'm going to grab that while you and Kim start chatting. Then we're going to go through some slides, talk about what makes Cisco different. But people like yourself, in my mind, makes us different big time. So thanks, Ellen, for taking the time today. And you have 2 shows with us today, so you're going to see a little bit of Ellen all day.
Yes, thanks, Jay.
All right,
No, I
here you go.
appreciate being here. And Kim, nice meeting you.
Nice to meet you too.
This is an awesome format, and very grateful to be part of it.
Mm-hmm.
I know I've been in the food service industry for 32 years, 25 years in sales, and I used to be a restaurateur as well. So that was a long time ago. But it's still very vivid, the memories of the struggles of the day-to-day battles that you had to gain customers and be competitive and offer a great product. And so that's I'm gonna rely a little bit on that history today, and there's some good stories that I have to share. So that's nice. So which part of Canada are you from? I didn't catch the first part of it.
So I'm in London, Ontario.
London, okay.
Yeah.
And you've been in the business for a number of years then?
Yeah, about 20-ish.
20-ish.
Yeah.
Okay.
20-ish.
Yeah. Have you ever heard the term your most trusted and valued and trusted business partner?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And how long have you been, like you said you were never a Cisco customer. When did you become one?
I was one with one of the venues I opened. So I opened our venues across Canada or a large number of them for the company I was with. And I had a falling out with Cisco.
Ooh.
And yeah, over chicken wings. It was bad. But in recently, since talking with and getting to know Jay so he and I got introduced again through the Culinary Federation, and then talking with him again, we have in the things that we have talked about and created, and he's kind of let me in the loop on a direction you're going, and I've had an opportunity to meet some of the Cisco people as well. So I have it has really kind of sold me on the difference that's being, because again, as being a person who's always been in the industry, there was never I always had my food suppliers and I knew what was going on, but there was never someone that I believed catering in the way that Cisco had started catering to the people in the industry, which is huge.
That's awesome. Again, I don't know if this was scripted, but this is what I do for a living, Kim. I take people from the dark side and bring them to the light side. I've spent 11 years doing that. And it resonates with me every day. There's almost not a day that goes by where I see and feel that we are making a difference for our partners. And so that's the theme for this first session today. I know when I first started 11 years ago, I heard the phrase, the most valued and trusted business partner. And I really didn't know how to quantify that when I started, because I was new. I didn't know about the resources. I didn't know about, our teammates, and I didn't have the history. So, and I can tell you, I sure wish back in 1988 to 1996, when I was running restaurants, that Cisco had these offerings. So a good example of how that looks is, I know we try to, Jay, and you're part of this team, and you've led this team for a long time, and I'm grateful that you guys are forever expanding and improving on what we do. But getting back to the most valued and trusted business partner, I'm not too sure if anybody knows that there's a business resource team that we rely on often here at Cisco. And one of my very first times to experience it was probably my second. We called them stir sessions back in the day. I had a customer from rural Manitoba a retired couple. They had done well in their other real world jobs, and they decided to buy a restaurant and run it as just to keep them busy. Well, they were, I was knocking on their doors for a number of months, and finally they gave me some time, and I convinced them to come down and speak to our business resource team. They were struggling. They were a very busy restaurant. They had good food, but they weren't making money. Mm-hmm. So we ended up having a 3-hour session. It was a general introduction, and then maybe about an hour we kind of delved into what they were doing and how they were managing their business with regards to pricing and how their menu looked. And so we touched on a whole bunch of things. And then as I was leaving showing the couple out of the building, she turned to me and she started crying. And it was very impactful. I remember I got emotional with her. And she says, I didn't know this was there. I didn't know that we could tap this. This is what we've been looking for. And it was just like, a very strong statement at that time. And that was 10 years ago. So just awesome. That's just one story. And I'd like to, maybe dig into a little bit of, there's a lot of different things that we offer. And maybe we can move on to the next slide, please. And we'll talk a little bit.
Alan, do you want to use slides, buddy?
No, I don't. No, I don't.
I was going to say, you owned a restaurant in 1986?
Yeah, 88 to
86
to 94. There was 4 restaurants. They were an ethnic, cultural Mennonite restaurant here in the prairies, and busy. No booze. Didn't sell a drop of booze.
Okay.
And we were a Circa customer, but we also had many, many local suppliers too. And then by the time I was before we sold all the businesses, I had basically lumped all my my purchasing with Cisco, and and they weren't called Cisco then; it was still Circa. So, but anyways, that was back then. And again, if I had some of this stuff, who knows? I might be still running a restaurant right now today.
Well, a lot of this stuff Kim probably doesn't even know too, so we're probably educate Kim at the same time.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what I was going to say, is the just to kind of be the industry advocate or devil's advocate. I'll call myself the industry advocate because that sounds gentler. In not knowing these things, what would other than having someone like your rep go out and tell you all of these, but even like the rep having conversation with me, I still did not know about so many of these things. And then on the flip side, I think one of the biggest things and challenges for you in that education is that you have to break through the ego of the chef. And so when you come to them and say, hey, I can suggest you do this. And I remember being asked 100 times, and I would always say, why do I need some corporate chef to tell me how to do my job? Why do I need this guy, kind of thing? And that's the mentality I used to have. So I think that's probably where one of your biggest challenges comes from. Mm-hmm. And that's where I would say to anyone in the restaurant industry that is listening to this, coming from the chef standpoint, is that no, we're not perfect. Yes, we can learn lots of things, and we only will grow and be greater by learning those things. So to break down your walls and be open to all of this information that you have. So
yeah, and that's so true, Kim. When I approach potential Cisco customers that are dealing with our competitors, it's often listening a lot in the beginning, just to understand who they are and deal with potential egos. And typically, you usually find some sort of common pain, or a pain that you can address that you've dealt with historically, or you've provided a solution to in the past. And it's the willingness to listen to what we have to say. Now, ideally, I'm pretty good at getting somebody in front of our team, but it's getting them there. And sometimes they don't even know that there could be a need.
Totally.
But once they're there, it's funny how things transform, the dynamics change. We're not, you're doing this wrong, you're doing that wrong.
Yeah.
It's not like that. It's more of a slight probe and find out kind of what your needs are and where we might be able to help. And once the dialogue gets going, you're so and everybody's, somebody's taking notes. There's always a marketing associate president. Typically, there's business development, which is what I do, and then the team. And it could be one day it could be focused on maybe marketing, so the culinary piece person isn't there. Maybe it's just on proteins, and we just got our category specialist there speaking to that category. And it could be in the building, it could be on site, and it could be virtually. So we try to be as flexible as possible and work around the schedule. I've had, in fact, I have a 5 a.m. virtual meeting on Wednesday next week. So we work around the schedule. If that's when you need me to be there, that's when I'm going to be there, right? So very hard to say no.
Yeah. Awesome.
Alan, can you share with us, because I have a slide here I want to share with everyone that is very powerful. Alan was all worried. He's like, oh, Jay, I don't know about these slides and all this stuff. I said, man, you could talk with Kim forever, right? You both are rock stars. So anyways, I am going to bring this up here. But can you talk a little bit about this, about the whole thing around local employing?
Absolutely. This is something that I hear almost on a daily basis. Cisco is a big company and they're not local. I want to support local. So I look at it and I say it's a valid point and a concern. But then I get into it, and I know across Canada we employ thousands of Canadians, and those Canadians live and eat, and they're members of our community. They could be your neighbor down the street, and so we're here. We're here in Canada, and there's lots of us. The local piece too. I know, just from my personal experience in my own OpCo operating company here in Winnipeg and Regina, that we are always looking for partners locally. And what I mean by partners locally, manufacturers, whether it be the little Honeyman, or it could be a large dairy company that's got a very strong footprint in the community, or maybe it could be a meat like a processing plant that's employs local people. All of those are it's like a great big web of local. And each year, and I've noticed this from 11 years ago till today, we have added more local businesses, and we're definitely connected with them.
So from a restaurateur's perspective, Alan, what people should know about that? Like from a restaurant, how does that help their business?
Well, I guess it's first of all, your customers want local. It's something that it's growing. It's not a fade or fad, I should say. It's a phenomenon that I personally love supporting local too. So knowing that my vegetables are coming from peak of the market and going to your plate, and having be able to communicate that to my patrons is important. And it just shows that we're more community minded, and that the end user can appreciate that, I think.
Mm-hmm.
It's very important because a lot of people think that corporate identity or that big US company, that we don't support that. And I think it's big that everyone needs to know that.
Mm-hmm.
It's a huge thing.
And it helps the story. Everyone needs a story to go on to. So if you're able to tell the story behind that honey that's part of that dish, and it came from the kid down the road, and and that becomes part of that story. And then they go on and they're, oh yeah, hey, this was so and so. Yeah, but it came from Cisco. Oh yeah, really? Okay.
Yeah. And that's true. And stories are fun. They're fun to tell. They're fun to be part of.
Totally.
Yeah, they are. They absolutely are. So let's go into this other one, because this one I think Kim's gonna love. I've got good funny feeling she's gonna like this. So I want to talk about the people, the planet, and the products.
Yeah. So I'm gonna speak to a specific business, University of Winnipeg here. They're the most greenest, sustainable campus in pretty well all of North America. They're always looking for ways to whatever it is, integrate, recycle, reuse, compost, whatever, name it. They're involved in it or are striving to be better at it. And when I approached them, they have like multiple kiosks throughout the facility, and they're mandated. They're mandated as part of their they're called diversity food service. They're mandated to do these things. So about 5 years ago, I started doing a little more research on what we're doing at Cisco as a corporation and where our direction is going. So we've put together a comprehensive, I guess, forward-thinking package on where we're going. We want to deliver a better tomorrow. And personally here, I showed this gentleman this basic content, and he was just blown away. He says, I did not know. So speaking to the people, I know that we're always trying to create a diverse and equitable and inclusive environment at Cisco, and we do empower our associates, and we're trying to create an effect meaning the next generation. How's this going to look? Is my daughter going to have the same employment opportunities at Cisco as they did last generation, or is it going to be better in the next generation? And are the groups, I deal a lot with the Indigenous population in Canada. How are their diets going to look, and what are we doing as a company to provide safe, cost-effective food and have food security for these communities? What are we doing as a company? Steps. We actually in the prairies and Canada are very heavily involved in this, and we're hiring people. We've got a director of Indigenous community and relationships that we've hired, and we're working towards these goals. And I wouldn't even thought that was something we would have thought of like 12, 13 years ago. I'm very proud to be part of that too.
No kidding.
Very proud. And to me, it's something that I can double down. I can work harder and strive to make happen. The planet, good Lord. We know, we're seeing it. We're inundated by it on TV all the time, whether it's carbon footprints, the green programs, Canada not donating, but being part of the world order with carbon footprints. We've definitely been extremely proactive there, and slowly we've, whether we're partnering or changing our criteria for what we're bringing into our building, and it's going to affect the future generations. And again, very grateful that we're thinking of that. And then products, whether it's improving animal welfare, sourcing, social or ethical. We've got a lot of stories, Kim, regarding where the coffee comes from, and water stewardship in the communities, and that was something that I think was missing 20, 30 years ago.
Totally.
It was just rape and pillage, for lack of a better term, and being aligned with the people, the planet, and the products is just, again, something that I love to talk about when the ears are there to listen.
Yeah.
And I think it's a conversation that we're going to have ongoing, and you're going to see a lot of great changes. And we'll let you know when it happens too, because they are very earth-shattering sometimes.
And I think one of the biggest thing people are looking for is that level of integrity. That level of integrity coming from a big company and what that might look like. And I think that will in turn separate a lot of, or you guys apart from so many other people, is because you do have those conversations and you know you have or can have those conversations, which is a huge piece to a puzzle. That would have made a major difference for me in how I was going about my business or who I wanted to align with in partnership, because of that integrity that you're holding yourself accountable to, which is huge for as a company, but also as human beings. Because when it comes down to it, we are all human beings in all of this. So
I can feel the alignment. Go ahead, Jake.
It's pretty cool, eh, Alan?
It's awesome.
So the one thing I want to just bring up here, because I gotta see how he does on this, because I do know the guy that came up with this department quite well. But let's see how he does on. Alan, do you want to share? Because we are running out. We only got about 7 minutes here.
Okay.
Let's see how good you do on this here, because I do know the guy that developed this quite well.
So this,
just so you know,
this our business resource team. Our business resource team is the most impactful piece, group, team, service resource that we offer at Cisco. It's an ongoing resource. It's multifaceted. It is impactful to your bottom line. And we've spent millions and millions of hours and days, months creating this platform, allowing our customers to springboard and use these resources to help their business, whether it's new businesses be successful, existing businesses improve their bottom lines, looking at the marketing end of things and social media and how that works and how that translates, and guiding them, because everybody knows that once you're in the game, you're a restaurateur, you are busy. You're busy, and a lot of it is very small stuff that you're dealing with. And we're taking a lot of that weight off of your shoulders, and we're helping you guide your business through each year and all the changes that are, whether it's COVID. We've spent a lot this last year. Our business resource team has spent, and our leadership team has spent a ton of time looking at solutions for, whether it's the contactless ordering, maybe finding alternative revenue streams for your business, like the pop-up retail concepts that we've developed. This stuff is ongoing. And I tell you, when I'm working with, and I'm going to speak to Greg, Pete, and Lori, and let's say our product specialist, I feel passionate that we can find a solution to whatever your challenge is. And that team is what makes it's the Cisco difference. I can only state that if you are not a Cisco customer and you're listening today, reach out to somebody at Cisco or one of our offices, and at least come and get an introduction. It doesn't cost you anything, and it doesn't hurt to have that knowledge in your back pocket. And I think you'd be better off just by learning and having been accessed or exposed to all of the resources there. So that's what I think about the team. I've been to over 200 sessions with various customers covering a wide variety, from learning how to scramble eggs to actually a full implementation of an inventory control system that connects to our back end at Cisco, and helping them line by line put in the information into the system. So it's crazy. And you should see how passionate they are. You think I'm passionate? They are crazy passionate.
Nice.
Oh man, Alan, you did good. You done good. You did good on that. You did good on that. You know, it's interesting because that was one of the things when we were looking at the department. Because I'll be honest, at one time we would have customers in, we would show them stuff we wanted to sell them. They didn't buy from us. And I remember the customer asking me, it was in Calgary, said, "Hey, Jay, I need help." Right. And then that's when my mind shifted and said, well, let's make it about helping our customers. And that was probably about 12 years, 13 years ago. Geez, even longer. Sorry. That's got to be about 15 years ago that happened. And then we built it and rolled it across Canada, that same vision. And to hear people like Alan talk about it and share that same vision we have when we started this journey with our business resource department, our customer business resource department. Our customers mean the world to us. And it really does, in a sense, that's the way I always looked at it. Because I was on the other side at one time, running a restaurant into the ground. And it really is, I had no support other than I couldn't afford a consultant. Because we all know in this industry, they can be pretty pricey. And so we really developed the department from that point on. And to see everyone talk about it, 15 years later about that same vision about we're here to help you and challenge us. We wanted to see the challenges out there, throw a curveball at us. We'll see if we can find it. I don't know to this day that we have been stumped in a sense, not that we know everything on point, but we'll go and find it. And that's the beauty about what we have. We have so many resources. We have so many things that we'll find it. That's our job, to find a solution or find an idea with the challenges that are out there. And in today's world with COVID, those challenges I think are tenfold out there. And I think about this as well. Sorry, I'm a little passionate about my department, but it's the thing I think is, Kim, you know how hard it is to change a menu. And the time that goes into that and the money that goes into introducing one new product, let alone a whole bunch of new products. Or what do you do when COVID hits and you have to reduce your menu and you don't know where that, like, what do you reduce it to, or all these things out there. And you can read all this stuff out there that you can, but I don't know who has the time to do that when you're, you're live in your restaurant online, or you're in your office going, I gotta, someone's late or someone's quit, or I have to hire people. You have all these things that comes into it. If we can reduce that and help you by taking all that on for you with no cost to our services, we just here to help you. And if it is from, like Alan said, from menus to training to finding the best POS system for you, to doing a live social show with you, to really find out how we can help your business, it's that simple. It's really that simple. There's nothing hidden in it. We're not trying to brainwash you or try to find out what to do with you. We're here to help. It's that simple. And we will continue to help and move forward. And it's amazing. And Alan, you nailed it when you say passionate. We have the most passionate people on our team from coast to coast, and they love what they do, and they are amazing. And to be able to see all of them, it kills me because I can't go visit them. But I know they're out there killing it and doing awesome stuff for our customers, and that's the best part. Sorry, Kim. Did you put your hand up?
Because I know Jay will
put your hand up.
Yeah.
Who puts a hand up in my show?
Yeah. I was going to say the from an industry standpoint, for anyone who is listening, and funny enough, I'm not getting paid by Cisco at all. I'm actually volunteering to do this just to get the word out, because it is something I am passionate about as well, is that at this point where we are now, it's time as an industry to start recognizing that we only know what we know. There are things I know I'm not good at. Inventory is one of them. I would rather be serving hot dogs to kids and chit-chatting with them than I would be doing any form of inventory in that. So I really encourage people that to recognize what you don't know and be okay with that, embrace that, and go out and look for someone who does have those gifts. And also to, you have nothing to lose. You have nothing to lose by asking someone to help you in figuring those things out. And if there's an entire team of people right here waiting with that information so passionately to share to you, then honestly, from one chef to another, get over yourself and go ask for help. Because like, again, there's so many times I could have really benefited from doing this versus just fumbling through it, not wanting to acknowledge that I didn't know something in all of that. So that's my 2 cents worth.
So Alan, we got to run. We got next guest. They're all anxious to get in here.
You bet.
From Bocuse, Canada. We're excited about this. But Alan, thank you again. We'll see you back here fairly quick. Back on the show. We'll continue this conversation.
Love it.
And I knew I knew it wasn't going to be a problem for you guys to talk. So we'll just continue this conversation here in a few minutes.
Nice meeting you, Kim.
Nice to meet you too, Alan.
Thanks,
See you
Jake.
soon.
You bet. We'll see everyone soon. See you later, Alan. So Kim, we are going to break here for a quick little commercial. I don't want to call them commercials, but a little vignette. And then we'll be right back with the Bocuse guys.
Perfect.
Okay, we just got to kick Alan out here because he's going to take a little bandwidth. There you go. We booted him out. And let me just pull up here. And we'll be right back.
A little goes a long way. That's never been more true than now. You're doing every little thing you can to keep your restaurants going and fresh food coming. And at Cisco, so are we. Introducing no delivery minimums, so you can order only what you need. Because we know that a little actually means more. More flexibility, more value, and more freedom. And now, you can access solutions you need fast. See, a little really does mean more. As in, more ways we're making it easier to keep your customers happy and your restaurant rising.
Hello.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning, guys. I was
Hey.
like, is someone else hearing a beep of a microwave?
Morning.
I do.
Oh, that was me.
Oh, is that you?
I'm setting my oven.
I was like,
Chocolate chip cookies.
someone is baking right now. It's Kim. Okay.
Yeah.
So first of all, thank you for jumping on the show. We have you guys are like the best of the best, right? When it comes to being a chef in Canada, right? I've heard from a few people. So Alex, thanks again. Sam, we had you on about a month ago. Welcome back. Tomas, welcome to the show as well.
Thank you.
Thank you guys for having us.
Like, this is pretty cool. So we're live right now on LinkedIn, Facebook, YouTube at the same time. And the great thing about our show is you can ask these guys questions if you want to ask some questions. I'm sure you probably will. But also, please, I really have a few questions for you guys. But Tomas, you want to open up some news and some great stuff you guys are doing here over at Bocuse?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Jay. Well, first, I'm very excited to have Alex, our past competitor. You know, he's probably one of the most famous chefs here in the country for winning all the competitions that exist. And we also have Samuel, our present competitor for the Bocuse d'Or competition, probably the best award that you could have in your career. So I just wanted to start with first thanking you guys for giving us the possibility to share the news with the world, that we're actually starting a new brand as of today. And thanks to the show, we're just breaking the news for the first time. We just created a new brand, a new name that's called simply Chefs Canada, that aims to be the equivalent of the Olympics. You know, when we speak about Team Canada, we have all the sports team together and they're all united to be able to compete internationally and represent the country. So we've actually just recently created the same platform so that we can help all the chefs to do all different kinds of competition in the world, represent the country, and hopefully when the borders reopen, we could bring in more tourists, come to Canada, not just for the lakes and the mountain, but really for the food as well. So this is totally new. That's probably one of the consequences of COVID, when everybody needs to get together and support each other. And the good thing in this new organization is that we have chefs that will compete, but everyone from the industry, people like myself, we're professionals from the industry, will be able to help them to achieve the goal, win the goal for sure. That's what we want, but also represent our whole industry abroad. So people from marketing, from logistics, from everything together supporting them. And like you just said in your show, we're all passionate and we're all volunteering in that. So that's very new. You can check out now. It's already live. It's called Chefs Canada. Very simple. And that's what we'll do from now on. So the group will help Samuel compete, represent Canada at the next Bocuse d'Or. We'll help Gregory fight to represent us at the World Pate Croûte Championship. We're also putting back together a new team to represent the country at the World Pastry Cup. And there's just so many that we can do. So now we'll be totally equipped to do food competition. Through that, we'll also be able to share the knowledge between chefs, between the teams, but also with our peers, with the new generation. Because when you're a chef and you want to register, to go to a competition, like you're on your own, basically. Mm-hmm. So now that will be new, and we will bring in the structure that will help them. You don't go with your backpack anymore. So that's really a big game changer. And through that, there will be lots of services and products that would support the team, really basically just like the Olympics. Of course, the hockey team is Team Bocuse d'Or, and that's why we have these big guys today on the show. But the mission being also to share the knowledge. That's why we're here today, to share the experience, why competing could help you personally to get better. It's a really fast learning when you compete, but it's also boosting your career. So I just can't wait to hear what Alex and Samuel have to share with us. But I just want also to now open the line of communication. You're a chef, you're a professional in the industry. Everybody can be part of this new movement, and all the chefs of Canada could represent our country internationally now. That's pretty big.
That's pretty big. That's pretty huge.
Super excited.
I know. I'm like, this is awesome. And you know what? And then we have our rock star, Bridget. She's already got the WW. She's got the website. We'll pull it up there. There's Bridget. And there's the website that you guys can check out as well. And it's live right now, which is awesome. So I have a question for Alex and Sam. When you talk about competitions, has it fast tracked your careers?
So
Let's jump first. Alex,
I think for me wise, first and foremost, I want to say the importance of Bocuse d'Or Canada managers role. For like Thomas and stuff like that, for my past mentors that manages the team. What they do, they don't get paid for it. What they do, they put in so much more than just time and effort. Everybody has a full-time job, and then what they do, it's just come from a heart that is just so passionate about putting the team forward. For us, we always just almost forget about, to mention that the importance of what they do, the role that they do. It's just kind of like, I just want to salute you and thank you for continuing to push Canada forward. My past mentor, my manager, Vince Parkinson from Calgary, also the same thing. They do just. It's crazy of the amount of time and sacrifice they do on a regular basis, and without even getting recognized. So I just want to say thank you first. Has it changed my career? I think that in many senses, of a competition is always in my blood. Since day one, I think that one of the first one that ignite the whole thing about competition is I've always been fairly shy in terms of public speaking and try to perform in front of a crowd, but something inside of me just always been that little push, that little intuition, just always telling you that go ahead, just do it, right? So watching a food show in Vancouver one day when I was still in my college at Vancouver Community College, watching a show and then just watching it, and at the same time simultaneously was introduced to Iron Chef Japan. And from that point on, I was just looking at it. I was just like, wow, this is insane. This is exciting. What are they doing? What is going on? From that point on, that fire just always been in there. Just going at it, practicing R&D, seeking mentors, and then perfecting a dish. Try to complete the most amount of technique, the most perfect dish with the skill that you have during that time in a insanely short time frame. I don't know why I still find thrill doing that.
That's really cool.
I can never really sort of understand why that is still a thrill to me. But the fact that is when you can actually complete all of those tasks, all of that 3 a.m. in the morning, you're still practicing after a 14-hour shift, because you wanted more than anybody else. You know at that time that you are really, really just elevated. You don't even know that. You just sort of like, what am I doing? The goal is to try to perform really, really well. And the fact that you can actually, from day one, when you practice, you completely fail, you completely burn everything, to the last stage of like competing, you leave your best to the last, and all of a sudden you make time. The garnish come together, the seasoning is perfect, the movement is fluid, and then you're just really, really zen. The 100 people, 200 people that's watching you, within the first 30 seconds, they disappear. Then all of a sudden now you just focus on the tasks in front of you. And the best feeling is when they announce your name that you won. That's when you wanted more. That's what it takes, because there's no magic pills that happens. It's actually literally just you wanted more. You're not going to make any excuses for it. Today is a holiday. I'm not going to practice. No, you're going to go in. Well, it's 4 o'clock in the morning. No, you're going to go in. This is like, you're so tired. You don't want to practice today. No, you're going to do it. So I thought that those are just, it not only built your mental, just sort of like, you keep on pushing yourself, and that's what it takes. I think that's what it is. It's like there's no magical moment. It's just about perseverance, continue to push. It stays with me today, so it doesn't really change and stuff like that. So whether that the whole effect of competition, I don't think it's the competition that elevates you. I think it's the every single thing that you do in during that time, the practice. Does this say, hey, no excuses. I'm going to go in. I'm going to do this. I'm going to research. I'm going to find the best mentor for me. It's going to be open-minded. I accept all the criticism. I think that's what it is. I think that's going to allow us to continue to stay wide open, to continue to push forward. I think that's the behavioral thing that's continued to make us more successful. I think that's what it is.
I think you crawled inside me and just pulled out all the reasons why I love this industry so much. You just reminded me that first moment of when my very first chef used reverse psychology on me. Kim, I don't know if you can do this. And I was like, yeah, I can. I can do this twice as fast. I'm going to do it twice as good. And just hearing how passionate you are talking about that, really, it's incredibly inspiring, as I've never been someone in the competition realm in that way, but that reminder and that that's why I love this industry so much, is because that constant adrenaline rush, that push to be able to go farther and accomplish all of those tasks, and how it really separates who you are, who you believed you could be, and pushes you to a whole new level of stuff. So I get that, and how exciting that is, and how for those of you who have never worked in a kitchen that might be listening, that's kind of what a day in our life is like when having a really busy service or having a really busy event, and a big event, is being able to find and dig deep into that and find that passion to complete all those things. I find it's so inspiring.
It is. It absolutely. Sam, what's your take on this? Sam.
Actually, it's like Alex. Like, the passion is very, very important
for sure, because if you don't have, you cannot meet yourself, your true self. I mean, there is no place for excuses. There is no place for losing time or anything like this. You have to go fast, not only in the kitchen, but in your mind. In the same time, you have to take it slowly and to make a kind of insights, to see little detail that you have to change to get the perfect note, to get a perfect dish, to get a perfect little piece of food that's represent all your works, all your passion. So it's very important in a career because it's also it's likewise other competition in sports. You have to perfect your art. You have to work hard every day. You have to know yourself, and further that you have to meet some people that can influence your thoughts. You at a certain points you think you know everything because you're better than other persons, and it's wrong. It's wrong because there's so many other way to think and to learn techniques and to perfect it and to manage ingredients and everything. I do remember in 2013, I sent an email to Alex and said, in this email, I just asked, how can I compete in Bocuse d'Or? But I wasn't ready at that time. I didn't know actually what was Bocuse d'Or in real. I just saw it like a show, but it's not only that. It's a way of manage your 2 days life and your routine and everything like this. So if you're not ready, you cannot do it for sure. You have to learn how to do it before going to run and run fast beside the other contenders. You have to learn and listen what mentors like Alex and other guys in the country and other great chefs that told me some advices. You have to learn how to be enough, no, I wouldn't say right, but to have enough humility to learn and to listen and feel what they said. That's very, very important in that kind of competition. That's what brings to me, because I discover another facet of my personality, facet of my job for sure. That it gives me the opportunity to meet some great chefs, not only in Montreal, not only in Quebec for sure, but coast to coast, and discover some friends too. And it was very important. You go to that kind of competition, and Alex will say that you cannot go at that kind of competition if you don't surround by good people that respect them too. So it's very important.
You know, it's interesting. And Sam, when we had you on your show a month ago, you and Tomas and the team we did with you guys with the Bocuse Academy show that we have every month, one of the things I noticed is, and I come from the restaurant industry that doesn't do what you guys do when you do competitions. You guys take it to a whole completely different level. But what I want to reference is the fact, and Tomas, you said so softly about the Olympics. As you know, I worked with some Olympians and stuff like that, where they're trying to reduce a second of their time. Might take them a half a year or a year to reduce a second of what they're trying to do, if it is a run or if whatever the case is, swimming. You guys, every detail you put on a plate when you guys do different competitions, everything means something, right? Every leaf or garnish. I saw that when you were doing that dish for us this past month, and your attention to detail was incredible. And is that what you guys do when you guys are planning and working in competitions, that every millimeter of that dish has got to be what you want it to be? Is that something you guys work on all the time? Alex?
For competition wise and stuff like that, each of the competition is completely different. From being on Iron Chef, from gold medal plates, we have done so many competition where it is always different. Like I've always been asked, it's like, so which one is the most significant to you? Which competition is the one that you like the most? For me, wise, it has nothing to do with how big or how international it is, because the spirit of competition is always high. It's always, the anxiety is exactly the same. Managing all this emotional roller coaster, the anxiety. It doesn't matter if it's weigh on you a lot more when you go to Bocuse d'Or, because it's international, because you're amongst the world's best chef that you're competing. So the pressure might feel a lot more intense, but the anxiety, the emotional roller coaster is exactly the same every single time. And then the fact that doesn't matter how small the price. Sometimes it's not even the price. Sometimes it has no price. But the fact that it's just like the win is a win. When you lose, it hurts equally, just as hard. So therefore, with all the details, it's what defines you than everybody else. It's all the little, what are you known for? Big flavors? Are you into big presentations? Are you just about, you're all about like blowing somebody's mind because it has never been done before? But it's all of the above. You going into a competition, you always just you have your own formula, you have your own DNA. That really, really defines who you are when you walk in. And as people can see, I'll say, oh, I can tell that's Alex, or I can tell that's Sam. Because that's all the details, all the little things that we do, because not everyone cook the same, not everyone plate the same. The philosophy is different. You're influenced by the nature, you're influenced by your surrounding, you're influenced by your terroir. It's completely different. But the focus of it, you're going to put a lot of attention, you're going to bring a lot of people around you, you're going to seek a lot of feedback. That's the most important. I think that's the most important. You're going to create a dish. You are competing. Who are you asking to taste? I'm not going to ask my kids, all different kids everywhere, to be like, taste the food. They'd be like, ew, I don't want to eat clams from Vancouver. Like they don't do that. Yeah. So you ask your peers, you ask the people that eat for living. You ask the, Chandra Reticia, the president of that eating club. All the people that eats for fun. They understand you. They understand food. They can provide adequate feedback. That's the one that you seek. Chefs, different point of view. And then that's when you bring it back to the table, and then you just be like, am I there? You have to be confident with the dish that you are doing, because at the end of the day, all of that's just opinion, because you are the last person that is behind that plate. Whatever you put up, you defend it, because that's the plate that you have spent weeks, months, hours on it. Wow. So you better be proud of that dish and stuff, whatever that is that you're putting up on. And then don't ever let anybody says that dish is not good, because that was the best dish that you have put together. And then, yeah, I believe that's how I approach competition.
So we have a lot of restaurateurs today. It's a Restaurants Canada show this week. How does competitions and what you guys do for the Canadian industry? What does it do for our industry? Because the passion you have, I'm like blown away today by it, Alex, and it's just an honor to have you and Sam on the show, and Tomas as well. Is just the passion you guys bring to the industry. That's got to help our restaurateurs out and bring more focus to our industry.
Sam, you want to go first, and then I can join in after?
Yeah, no problem. I think that kind of competition, that kind of circle of people can bring a fresh wind in our industry. Why? Particularly in the COVID time, because it gives some hopes that everything needs right now. But further than that, we need to focus ingredients. We need to focus to how we can change our industry. And that means you have to pay attention to others and to share. Yes, we did it before. But I do think now with that kind of show and kind of vision and and the people around, like we can going further and further and find solution for the growth of ingredients, for finding new ingredients, for finding way to eat better and in better health too. And more than that, you can cook in different way, and knowing more techniques and gives tips to other people and share with them, that maybe probably change the face of our industry, not in short term, I mean, but I think in long term, if we continue that way, maybe we can bring people to know more about food, know more about ingredients, how to respect the ingredients, how to cook it well. And a good way to do it is to share with the people and to share between us. That's that kind of competition, that kind of mood can bring in the industry now, I think.
I think what you said, Sam, with the ingredient is very important, and that's one of the things that we do a lot in the Bocuse team, but any kind of competition. And Alex and Sam, you could confirm, but all the research that is being done on the menu, building the menu, when you do the competition, you always explain the menu. And if that's like an international competition, you have the chance to put on the world stage some local small producers or things that are very specific to Canada, to our industry. So you really have like a microphone in your hands by presenting your plate. And all this research and ingredients, I mean, that is something very powerful for us in the competition to really share a message, inform the population, the rest of the world, everybody. So when you do that, you really promote the whole industry. And that's really, really interesting to me to see that all together. And maybe, I think Alex and Sam, you may have like some very specific ingredients. Are there things that you really enjoyed using, cooking, or promoting during this competition? Like Alex? I know there's a few.
For me, wise and stuff like, like I brought it back to when I was doing Bocuse d'Or. One of the ingredients that was in from BC, which is some of the best ingredient in the world. Like we can only get it from the Pacific Northwest all the way up to Alaska. So what I brought, it's a gooey duck clam.
What?
Wow.
From the Pacific Northwest, right? So it's like from it's one of those ugly, delicious sort of food that where it's so packed of like flavors and stuff that where it represent BC, it represent the Canadian pristine water. For me, wise and stuff that just kind of like that's one of the we cook in a seafood restaurant where this ingredients is important to me because it's in my backyard. We can get it from the water around here. Going back to like a competition for the next generation, or what it represents. I think that for competition that we continue to push along, where we can continue to build a program for somebody young that look forward to. No, competition does not define who you are in the kitchen, because competition and then real life everyday cooking, logistic, food costs, everything is completely different. But competition-wise itself, it allows you to have a platform to seek mentorship, to connect you with somebody from Alberta, somebody from Montreal, depending on what type of competition it is, and stuff like that, where you continue, although Canada is so big, but then at the same time, who are the chefs that you want to work for, who are the chefs that can mentor you, and it allows you perhaps that to connect you with a chef that you really want to get to know. Maybe somebody from Vancouver wants to stage under Sam, or wants to represent Canada under him to be the commis. That could be a possibility. Perhaps that's just one of the thing that we do that connects all of us as a chef in Canada.
I think one of the most powerful things. Sorry, Jay.
No, go ahead.
Okay. I was going to say, I think one of the most powerful things that this is doing and what comes through to me in all of the conversations that you're having is that in this competition, you're able to build a sense of community with other people in the industry. And I think that's one of the things we are missing so much on so many levels. And we really got away from the sense of community amongst us and being able to do those things together, knowing that you could go to, like, I in London, Ontario, could head out to Vancouver, run into one of you guys or wherever you might be and be like, oh yeah, hey, so like we both wear a white jacket. Let's work on how we do that together. I'll take your knowledge. I bet you I know some things that you might not know. And I think that's one of the most powerful things about what you're trying to move forward, is that sense of community for all of us in this. And that makes it incredibly attractive to be part of.
Yeah, it is absolutely. Well, it's a community, right? It's just unbelievable. And as I get to know more in this community because of doing these shows and doing the things that we're doing at Cisco, I'm blown away. I'm blown away with the new relationship that Bridget has brought to me with Tomas, being able to meet Sam and Alex, and just a complete honor to have you on our show, but just to get to know you and create this community and build it stronger and stronger as we move forward. And I think that's the silver lining that COVID has brought us. And I believe so. There is a lot of silver lining.
Yeah.
COVID has brought us over this past year.
Because if not, we'd all be in our kitchens running our butts off.
We'd all be cooking right now.
Yeah, we wouldn't be sitting around here chit-chatting with each other about it.
Exactly.
So,
well, gentlemen,
it's Sunday. It is Sunday.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
it's Sunday. Yeah, it's yeah, exactly.
It's all the chefs a day off, Sunday,
Exactly. So, Alex, Sam, Tomas, thanks again for being on the show today. We're gonna have you back. Bocuse is back tomorrow and on Wednesday. Great stuff from you guys. I can't thank you enough for being on our show today and dropping by. It's absolutely a pleasure and just unbelievable to be able to meet you and to see you guys again. So have a great rest of your Sunday. Enjoy yourselves. All the best.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you.
Pretty crazy, eh, Kim?
So much fun. You know what? That was incredibly exciting listening to them talk about it. Even there's something so stoic, I like to think of it as, about putting on the jacket and going into, like, when I put on my chef's jacket, it transforms me into another place. There's something so ceremonial about that. And we're an industry of that. We respect that in each other. We embrace that in each other. And I think being able to pull out all of those little topics and those little nuggets just from having those conversations is it's like lights a fire for so many other people. I know when I go to places to do large events and things like that, it's so exciting to be amongst that community and be inspired by people who think the same way and who are driven the same way. So
absolutely.
Yeah, it's very exciting.
It's pretty cool, eh?
Yeah.
So we have Alan hanging out in the green room there doing push-ups again.
That's because he missed us, right?
Yeah, you know, he's going to come back. So Alan's going to come back. I'm going to run a quick commercial here, and hopefully I can run upstairs and grab another coffee. Because the coffee's flowing good, Kim, today. I don't know.
Nice.
It's pretty good.
I'm gonna
I don't know. I'm enjoying a little Joe right now. So we're gonna run to that. I'm gonna bring Alan in. I'm gonna run. I think it's like a 2 minutes, so it'll take me 2 minutes. I think I can do it in a minute. But we'll have Alan back to a little bit more about Cisco difference. And I just want to say this because you look at the Cisco difference. This is what makes us different. Is this show, and to have Alex and Sam and Tomas on. Alan, and we have many more guests today. This is what makes us different.
Yeah, it's like you're the catalyst.
Yeah, it's pretty cool, eh? Like, yeah. I'm just blown away. Like, I come from a small town, and to be able to see and to listen to people, I'm just sitting here geeking out and just unbelievable. So, anyways, we'll be right back, and we'll have Alan on, our rock star Alan. Here we go. I just realized why live shows do long commercials.
So people can go to
Also
the
known
bathroom.
as a bathroom break. So you know, Alan.
I know. Well, I've had it half an hour, so I'm good.
Oh, you're good? Okay. Forgot to mention that, Kim. We got to put bathroom breaks more in. So
Yeah, totally.
That's
Good
what
thing
I
it's
could
my
start
first.
juggling in between for you for a couple of minutes, maybe.
Yeah. I had to grab 2 coffees.
Yeah.
Anyways. So Alan, you're back.
I'm
Again,
back.
thank you again. You're back. Let's talk more about the Cisco difference. We were into it. They're pretty good. And
Absolutely.
where do you want to go this time, Alan?
Well, I wanted to talk about the face of Cisco in the sense of the person that, as an operator, chef, business owner, you'd be dealing with on a day-to-day basis. You'd be seeing them, communicating with them. I call them the super rep, and I've again going back to my roots in the business. I used to have multiple reps, but a couple of them I golfed with. Most of the time, their sole job was to take an order and make sure the product got there. And lots has changed since those days. Again, I want to tell you a story. It's a story. This is pre-cell phone. I think pre-pager. So just let's put it into context.
Going back. Okay.
Yeah, going back. So I had a rep. I remember it was Wednesdays was the day that he would be by. He was one of a small local meat supplier in Winnipeg. And this was the job of a rep in those days. He'd have a roll of dimes, and he'd always ask me nicely after he took my order, can I use your payphone at the front entrance? And then he'd sit there for 45 minutes to an hour trying to meet his deadline cutoff, plugging in the dime, writing down stuff. It's blazed in my brain that that this was his Wednesday. I don't even know was he doing a roll of dimes on Tuesdays and Thursdays as well, and Mondays. But so that was kind of laying the ground for what I wanted to talk about today. So much has changed in the representation of Cisco and the people and what we do on a day-to-day basis. And we've got wonderful women and men that come from a wide background of areas, specifically often ex-chefs, ex-business owners, some consultants in the industry. And it's really remarkable, the experiences and knowledge that they have when they actually just come to the table. Now, what happens is when you start off at Cisco in these positions, it's not just like, here's your computer and off you go and go meet Chef Kim Sutherland and try and get an order from her or develop a relationship. No, that we do a fair bit of training and a fair bit of pre-work before we release the hounds, so to speak. And it's quite remarkable. I know when I started, I thought I knew a fair bit about the food service industry, and but I really didn't. You have to learn and understand all the products in our building, all the different categories, and it's daunting. So if you start with a very limited food service experience, it can be very intimidating to go in front of. Again, I'll allude to you, Kim. Let's say I'm a newbie, and you're talking 0 by 0 or 1 by 1 for your prime rib. Yeah. I don't know what that means, right? And so what Cisco's done is they've to give our associates some strong knowledge base and the ability to answer questions is access to a platform called SIU. It's called Cisco Interactive University, and I know that when I first started, I must have done about 120 what I would call modules. And the modules, they were just, what about bread? Talk about different kinds of bread. Or maybe what are the benefits of, this ground beef versus that ground beef. And so dauntingly, 15, 20 minutes a module. They were very high level, but it gave you at least something to go with. Then what ends up happening is we have specialists at Cisco. So the marketing associate can tap into these, what do we call category specialists. So for example, protein, center of the plate is massive, lots of information, different types of proteins out there, frozen, fresh, whether it's seafood to beef. Again, too much information for the normal person, but having access to these, and we have all of these protein specialists across Canada. We have beverage specialists. We have non-food, so that would be your paper categories and your chemicals and things like that, and our produce specialists. Mm-hmm. Each one of them brings a vast amount of knowledge and information, whether it's on market conditions, really important. We know that the market is fluctuates, and understanding what's cycling through and why it's higher this week versus last week, and what's causing the cause and effect on the food chain in the South. This is information that we share with our business owners and chefs on a weekly basis, and the marketing associates are always tasked to be up to speed on those things. So that's just kind of like a high level on just a bit of the training that they would get. And we actually have a massive machine in it across Canada, and it's these massive warehouses. With each warehouse has 9,000 to 10,000 items, and there's operations, there's transportation, there's merchandising, which is our buying team, mm-hmm. and there's our credit and finance or human resources team. All of these departments are navigated by the marketing associate to make the Cisco customer experience the best it can be. And what do I mean by that? It's like, simple thing like credit notes or where's my truck? Yeah. Simple things that happen day to day. We are on top of the communications. The marketing associate is making sure it's informative. We may actually have apps right now that help communicate to the end user. I'll give you an example. We deal here in Canada with a lot of northern customers, so it's not just dropping off a couple of boxes to the airport. Let's say they're going to Nunavut, and we've done do this every week. We've got to wrap things. We've got to make sure that they're labeled properly. We got to do a whole bunch of extra steps, and then things can happen en route. Now the marketing associate's dealing with these problems, so they have to go and somehow either troubleshoot internally just to get answers, because it's a fluid situation. So these men and women are just phenomenal jugglers, I'll call it, and communicators. And when they are in the game Monday to Fridays and on Sundays, mm-hmm. typically they all pick up their phones anyways all week long, mm-hmm. but they are right in it. Like they're just connected. So
no kidding.
I don't know, Kim,
well, I think it'd be beneficial to have access to that Cisco University with for things with allergies, which are huge. Any sort of like the vegan, vegetarian, flexitarian trend, and what that might look like. Like having access to that information is invaluable for someone if you're shifting with things on your menu and that. So that'd be huge for them. Not to mention knowing when your order's coming is always a benefit.
Yeah. And alluding to what you just said, Kim, the new trends, the market trends, whether it's plant-based or semi-plant-based, gluten-free, all of those requests, and they're growing, and the demand is growing. we've got awesome relationships with our vendors. So our vendors do tons. About a year ago, it used to be mostly hands-on. So we'd actually physically see them in training sessions. Almost every Friday, we'd have 4 or 5 of our supplier partners, vendors come in and speak to whatever's trending, maybe their new products, maybe reiterate the features and benefits of an existing product that we haven't seen for a while. But now we've now gone virtually. So weekly, we've got presentations to our entire sales team, and that's not just the marketing. So the business development teams involved, and some of our BRR teams involved. So we're all on the same page. And typically, when you go to these things, you're writing down, oh, I know this customer. I think, oh yeah. You're thinking about trying to connect A with A,
Yeah,
so,
totally.
And thanks, Jay, for the next slide there. One of the things that we really, really pride ourselves in is our Cisco menu services. Now, when you say that to a customer, are you going to print my menu? Well, it's a little more involved than that. So again, about 10 years ago, we actually used to do, most of our marketing associates had access to, it was menu, I can't remember, menu design, I think it was called. Menu Lab, that's what it was called. So we'd actually make menus for our customers. And some of our marketing associates were pretty good. And our BRR team, often our business resource team often did it as well. And so we'd bring out templates and we'd do the best we could. They were good, but we did some before and after. We took some of our old menus and then we started working the last few years with our Cisco menu services team. So this team is 30 graphic designers across the enterprise that we can access for like professionally done menus. And so what happened was we started taking our old menus that we made as a marketing associate. We'd use that as kind of a template, and then we'd get some beautiful creation that would be a marketing tool for our customer. That is at the end of the day, that is the thing that your customer sees. It's your marketing tool. Mm-hmm. So it's more than just the price and a description and maybe a photo and then your menu on it. It's like putting things in the right spot. So if you're making more money with a cheeseburger, we want to put it in the spot where that cheeseburger is going to be viewed the most. And there's an actual psychology to the menu. Yeah. And all of our marketing associates know this. And as they're going out there speaking to each one of our customers / partners, they're hopefully imparting this knowledge and letting people know that the column menus, we need to change. We need to do better than that. So that's part of what we offer. There's the menu services. Their turnaround is about, depending on the need, can be a week, sometimes less, depending on the size of the project. It's interactive. So the customer, the marketing associate, the business development person, if they're involved in it, potentially business resources, they're all connected to it. So it's an editing software. So it gets sent out. Everybody can touch it, feel it, and send back their requests. And then as long as everybody's on top of it and inputting in a timely manner, the transformation is very quick. Done a number of them, and it's ongoing. So it's not just a one-time thing.
Yeah,
you can use this, and it's not just menus. It could be posters. It could be social media stuff. It could be website, content. So anyways, sorry, a little bit long on that.
Oh, that's good, Ellen. I was just going to say, Kim, did you have a clue about that? Probably not.
No, not to that level. But I do think one of the coolest things, back to me when I said about knowing what you know and knowing what you don't know, I did learn at some point about how when things are placed on a menu and how that marketing goes to people and what that those items you want to sell more, or the higher price kind of thing, and that there is like data that goes behind that. And I don't think the average person in a kitchen or whoever's designing a menu is aware of those things. So those tools, like that could be an entire show just about, hey, did you know this about it? Which I think is incredibly valuable, and is a tool that so many people could use. Like menu design, I find to be one of those things that you're either great at it or you're not great at it. And I guess right now where everybody is looking for web design help, and it's your landing page of where you go to. And if you don't have it on point, like right now, so many people I know have said, yeah, well, I clicked on their website and it hasn't been updated. It's still saying they're open this and this and this, but I know they're not, and hours are different. And I think having someone to be able to help facilitate those things is invaluable, especially right now where we're at right now.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting because it was an area that we're going to talk more. We have a few shows today or this week on the menu services of what we offer through Cisco. It is one of those areas that, as the world evolves, so does the menu engineering, the planning, the process. Like there's so much to learn in this, the psychology. A lot of people, it's interesting, a lot of people will reference, iPath movement and all these different things within menus. I would say today it's changing more and more as the digital landscape comes in and plays more in the menu on this. But it was an area that I know where what we can really offset a lot of costs that restaurants would have to acquire with menus. Because I have changed menus before in restaurants, and it is enormously expensive.
Yeah.
Right?
And painful.
And painful, right, Alan?
Yeah. Painful.
Right?
Absolutely.
For sure. Yeah. So the menu, that piece is extremely helpful. And I know that also when you were saying, going back to the evolution of what people are looking for now with regards to with all the apps and so on, you got to have visuals. I was actually challenged by a customer in the eastern part of our territory just this week. She wants to eliminate, she does a lot of weddings and banquets, and hopefully we can do that this summer. And so she wants to create more of a virtual menu versus a menu and then have tasting. So she wants to try and eliminate the actual tastings.
Nice.
And do such a good job on the visual that when she presents it, she can sell the dish based on the visual and the descriptions. So that's a challenge that you put forward to our team here, and I'm going to be. I'm very interested what the outcome is going to be. We've got an actual meeting on Wednesday morning, not at 5. This one's at about 8 o'clock, and we're going to delve into this. So keep it posted.
And where that would be such a forward way of thinking is that the venue I was at before, we did huge weddings every 26 every summer. And then it was a ski hill the other part of the time. So where we discovered after starting them, the cost of actually putting together the tasting and how big it was. So if you're able to still sell those and guarantee that product without having to do the labor that's added into it, the food cost that's added into it, all of those things, that in turn switches your profitability massively for those. So that's a huge tool to be able to do something like that.
How about I share that with you after we get to the end of it?
Yeah, absolutely. I can't wait to see.
Yeah.
Because that what used to be, that was a thorn in our side, was having to create. And then of course they always want to invite another family member, and it was like an all-day event of prepping like 5 different items of everything and what that looked like. So yeah, I'm interested to see how this one rolls out, Alan.
Yeah,
I might be your next salesperson for that.
Good stuff.
That's awesome. So Alan, as we talk about, we got to wrap up here actually pretty quick, because we have Chef Patrick, which is sitting in the green room there. Hi, Chef. I can see your hand, so you can wave to us. There he is. He's chilling and stuff like that. He's going to show some a couple of dishes here that's going to blow your mind. Plus, he is like the total coolest, second coolest, I guess Kim's the coolest, chef out there. He's like the picture perfect chef of today. Anyways, I do want to just thank you, Alan, for all the great insights and sharing with us what makes Cisco different. And like I said at the beginning, I truly believe the biggest thing that makes us different is the people and people like yourself. So I just can't thank you enough for spending time today.
Yeah, love to be part of our team here, and let's just get her done. Love it.
Awesome.
Love it. Awesome stuff. So we'll see you later, Alan. We'll move you out. There we go.
Now, is this one of those ones we have to watch him cook, and I don't have any of the food here?
I know, and he's getting all ready. Wait till you see his. Oh, he didn't close his blinds behind him. You can see the green behind him in beautiful BC. So, yeah, thanks a lot, Patrick. Yeah. Anyways, we're gonna break to just a quick message here. I'm just gonna kick Alan out here, so a little more bandwidth, and we'll move over to this, and we'll be right back with Chef Patrick.
When you're a member of the Culinary Federation, you season your culinary career with its benefits.
Connecting and networking, culinary challenges and competitions, certification programs, culinary and business skills training, cost savings programs, mentorship and career development. The Culinary Federation, bringing together professional chefs and cooks from across Canada to honor tradition while evolving into the future. Be part of the change.
Join the Culinary Federation revolution today.
Whoa, there he is. Hey, Chef.
How's it going?
Good. So, Kim, this is Chef Patrick. He's our chef from the BC region. Also a rock star.
Hey,
also a rock star. Couldn't close the blinds, eh? Couldn't close the blinds.
I don't put blinds up because I get to look at it year round. So
looks nice. Better than my sludgy Ontario half snow melted things.
Yeah, although I will say that we're sitting around, between 0 and 5, and it's mostly raining. So it's not exactly optimal weather, let's say.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah, my sympathy is not there for you. Don't worry.
That's fair.
It's all fair, eh?
Yeah.
So, Chef, what are we doing today? What's the plan?
So, just going to showcase a couple dishes. Really not trying to reinvent the wheel here. Wanted to focus right in that sweet spot middle ground that can apply from everything to a mom and pop diner right up to, a fine dining type operation, and even maybe a take and make for, a decent home cook. So as far as kind of techniques and style goes, we talked the other day, Jay, but as my culinary career has progressed, I've been leaning more into my Indigenous background and trying to push myself to learn more about, ingredients they use, that kind of thing, how it differs through North America too, because like we mentioned, Indigenous on the West Coast utilizes a lot of different stuff than maybe Indigenous in the prairies. Obviously, big push on local, maybe not so much technique, but definitely the ingredients. So try to include some local stuff today. We obviously don't grow a ton of stuff in the winter time, so we'll kind of go through that as we talk. But the kind of principal products that I wanted to start with was Pacific Steelhead. So for anyone watching who's not familiar, the steelhead is kind of in that middle ground of it's the form of rainbow trout that actually makes it out to the ocean, spends a few years, comes back and breeds. So really nice flavor, really mild. If you're a big salmon person, you might lean towards those sockeye species and whatnot. Steelhead's a great all-around option. And the biggest reason I wanted to promote it is because I think they do a really good job with the steelhead farming. It's very sustainable. It's done properly. I'm a proponent for the farming in the sense that, just like any other animal that we farm, as long as it's done right, it gives us the best shot at being able to enjoy that well into the future. So that's my first product. The steelhead itself is, so it's Ocean Food Sales is the company, and they release it under 2 brands, Voyager and Nanook. It's all Pacific steelhead. It's local. It's produced in Vancouver. It's clean, trimmed, and ready to go. So I'll show you a little closer once I get going here, but I got to use this 2-camera system.
There we go.
There we go. But when you get the fillet, you know, it is a full fillet, but the belly's fully cleaned off. It's fully scaled for you. It's ready to go. You really just have to portion it up. And the only part of it that you're not going to get a nice square portion is right at the tail there. Even that, you know, sometimes you can utilize that portion. Other times you're going to use it for scraps maybe, or into a chowder or something like that. The second product, it falls under the Nanook brand, and it's the smoked version. So it's a cold smoked steelhead, amazing texture, awesome flavor, comes pre-sliced, super easy to use. So we'll get back to that in a minute.
That's awesome. Chef, can you do me a favor? Just because I'm gonna make Kim here just drool. Can you flip that salmon over on that close up? Can you flip it over?
I know, I'm already hungry. Lunchtime here. So beautiful.
Yeah, and it is nice. I mean, you look at the size of it too. It's super consistent product. It's nice and thick. It's really easy to cook to a proper medium rare or medium. So we're gonna sear that up today, and we're gonna kind of show you 2 ways to present it. But kind of moving on, the next product that I'm super excited to be using, this is my first time trying it, is so Cubic Farms. They're a company. They're a lettuce microgreen company, and what they've designed is a system where they actually grow in shipping containers. So no different than the ones you see coming into your port. Obviously sanitary, but the reason they went that route is because farmland is at such a premium in especially in Vancouver or Toronto or all these big jurisdictions. And by utilizing it this way, they can grow vertically in the shipping container. They can put it in spots where they, you know, where traditionally you wouldn't be able to grow in the soil. And then if you want to shoot for the close up here, Jay.
Oh boy. So cool.
This is killing you, hey, Kim?
Yeah, I love it.
So this product, they're growing basically hydroponically in an environmentally sound sponge here, I guess. And when you get them, you get 4 or 5 varieties per case, and I've sort of ripped into these ones already for later. But you know, these have been sitting in the fridge for a handful of days now. They're still fresh, they're still super tasty, and most importantly, they're clean. They use no pesticides in them, so they're essentially an organic product. They tick all the boxes. They taste great, they're local, they're pesticide free, they're super easy to use, you know, especially in a restaurant, because they come living like that. It's okay if you have a slow day, it's okay if it's a little rainy, right?
Yeah. That's it's such a cool thing about this industry, is our ability to create things like that and make them accessible to everyone.
Definitely. Awesome. And the fact that the way they've designed their system, like one of our big talking points was that, you know, because they're using a shipping container essentially in a parking lot or wherever you want to put it, you know, if we're talking Cisco world, they could position these within 10 minutes of opcode, right? And so as opposed to a microgreen coming from California, shipped up, by the time it gets to us, it's a few days old. By the time it gets to the customer, it's another day or two. And maybe the quality isn't always there. These are always coming, they're driving 10 minutes down the road, right?
Yeah.
So I think it's got huge potential, not just for us, but just for sustainability in general throughout North America and the world.
And being able to get them where you wouldn't normally get them.
Totally, yeah. You know, places you couldn't grow it. And I think that's legitimately the future for a lot of produce as well. It's figuring out that vertical growing in non-traditional ways. So that people can enjoy stuff without having to have that environmental footprint of a bunch of asparagus that's traveled 8,000 miles, right?
Yeah. The green nerd in me is like peaking right now listening to this.
Yeah, no, it's awesome. Like you know, sustainability is something that I've obviously dealt with as a chef, but you know, it's really the last 5 years that we've gotten there and really focused on it. And there's some really cool stuff coming.
Yeah, I love that.
So moving on, kind of the last line I'm going to show is from Gallimore. So obviously big partner with Cisco. They're making some absolutely awesome containers right now, again, on the environmental footprint. First one I'm going to show is for the little breakfast dish I'm going to do. So I'll talk a little more about it when we do that. But I don't know if either camera can see, but behind me to my right, I have a lineup there. And as I show them, we'll go through. But I'll see if I can step up. There you go.
There you go.
But basically, the line I'm showcasing is all made from sugarcane or biodegradable compostable products, including the lid, which is a huge thing because so many containers come with a plastic lid, and even though the cup's biodegradable, the lid's not. So it adds to confusion to the end consumer, right? Cutlery comes in a pack, which is extra COVID friendly at the moment. Also entirely 100% compostable, which I think is very cool because we're getting into all these lines that they're really, the whole thing is compostable again, as opposed to a couple parts. So let's put a dish together.
Let's go for it, chef. So
first dish I'm going to showcase to touch on the indigenous side. I'm just going to fire some potatoes in the oven here. They're pretty hot already, but and I suppose it doesn't really matter. I'm the one who's eating them, but I wanted to showcase a breakfast dish for 3 reasons. One, I think breakfast is an awesome way to utilize ingredients that you maybe bring in for your dinner center of the plate operations. And then, wastage is a big concern, right, for restaurants. And so being able to find a way to utilize similar products, always a plus. From the indigenous side, my kind of focus today on one specific, very common, very well-known ingredient was bannock, and just because I truly, genuinely love it, so I'm going to use it on both dishes, and that was again my focus to use almost all my ingredients on both dishes. And lastly, breakfast, because I haven't eaten yet, and I'm going to eat it when we get off the call. To be completely honest,
I would be doing the same thing. Totally.
We're torturing.
It's not often in my house so I'm doing an eggs Benny, and I'll talk you through it. But it's not often that I go to the trouble of making myself an egg Benedict with hollandaise and all the steps. So got my eggs in the water. I just did a very simple roasted potato for the sides. Again, I think there's so many good hash brown options out there, but if you're bringing in mini creamers or anything for your dinner service, why not look at a roasted potato option for breakfast too? They're usually pre-cooked, makes it super easy. You could turn them into smash browns, I guess, if you wanted to. And, easy execution. And that's another big thing in the world today is labor's tough, hard to find good people. So, so basically, I made some bannock last night. I'll do you on the show or a close-up here, Jay.
Hey, chef, how hard is it to make bannock?
It's incredibly easy. And that's where it comes from. So this one's a little bigger. I did it about the size of an English muffin for this purpose. I'm just going to throw that in the oven, and then we'll talk about the other one there. These guys I'm going to showcase on our center of the plate dinner. So I did some mini bannocks. I just thought it'd be a cool idea to, you can use up all the scraps. You cut all your big circles out. You always have anytime you're cutting circles out of dough, it never works out properly. So again, great for yield. And so just touching on the bannock while we let these eggs heat up, it's really just a baking powder leavened biscuit, essentially. So, you're talking flour, salt, oil, baking powder, and away you go, essentially. So water. Can't forget the water, but it's, 10 minutes. It only needs to be kneaded just gently. It's kind of along the lines of a scone where you don't want to overmix it. And you're going to fry it in a pan, which is nice because I think that's where traditionally it comes from, going back so many thousands of years. They didn't have ovens to bake in necessarily, or they utilized different, especially nomadic lifestyles. So traditionally it's more of a Dutch oven over a campfire type thing. So in my case, I just fried it up in the pan, and it's about 10, 15 minutes, depending on the thickness. But again, super, super easy to make, and definitely underutilized and underrated.
Yeah, no kidding.
All right, so
we don't do a lot of bannock here in Ontario. I don't believe.
Pardon me?
We don't do a lot of it in Southern Ontario.
Yeah, it's not done a lot, period. I wish it was done more because it is so easy to do. I actually made these yesterday with my 6-year-old daughter and had her roll it out because it is just a push dough, right? There's not too much required there. So again, I'm going to showcase this Gallimore container that I'll talk about as I'm building this. My 2 favorite features of it are, one that it's compostable, but the second one that if you can see it in the close-up here, Jay.
Yeah.
There's ridges here. See, there we go. And not a lot of containers have these, and those ridges allow it so that especially if you're doing a fried food, chicken fingers or something like that, that oil is going to seep into the bottom there, and it's not going to get all soggy by the time it gets to the consumer. And I think that's such a big thing these days, right? I know you have several sessions on takeout this week, I'm sure, and it's just such a massive part of the food world right now.
Mm-hmm. Well, plus they probably keep things from sliding around inside that container as well. So it maintains the quality of your presentation and the food as it's going out. So it's less takeout like.
Totally. And that's it. I know Jay's talked about that a million times, that, you know, getting takeout delivered to your house now that looks like you would get it in the restaurant makes you feel a lot better about spending all that money, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So especially if you're utilizing a third-party delivery service, which does traditionally charge a little more. And
right, Jay?
Yes.
Yeah.
We've had many conversations about this. We continue. We will.
So again, for breakfast here, I'm going pretty straightforward. This smoked salmon's so awesome, or steelhead. We don't need to do anything to it. I'm just utilizing it as it is. So we're just going to do the the bannock, the smoked salmon, the egg, and then the hollandaise. So with the hollandaise,
I gotta do a close up on that.
Yeah, let's get it right. Put it like that. We're gonna drop some potatoes in there with it.
Oh God, Kim, I'm dying here.
Delicious.
I know.
Piece the hollandaise in my mouth.
Since we got them here, we'll take a few of our microgreens, fire them on top, and I'll tip it as much as I can. And there you go. So with the hollandaise, what I wanted to touch on is, from a local standpoint, one thing we do really well in BC is cranberries. Hundreds and hundreds of acres of farms, or thousands of acres. And so I made a cranberry gas-free for reduction, I guess. Little apple cider vinegar, whole cranberries, white wine, little water. Boiled that down yesterday, split it up. I used half of it this morning for the hollandaise. So it's actually going to be a slightly cranberry tinted hollandaise.
Nice.
And last thing with this container before we move on here is, a lot of them are coming this way now, but I really enjoy it. They're basically a tearaway, if you can see that. I didn't do it super smoothly, but they are perforated.
Are they?
And so when it gets to the end consumer, they don't have to feel like they need this lid there, right? It's essentially a plate. You rip it off. Maybe you're sitting in a park eating. Here's your compostable cutlery, and away you go. It's super simple.
Nice.
That out of the way here.
So, Chef, get back. Bring that back. You have to cut the egg. I've been asked.
Oh, the Benny. You want to make sure it's poached off? Is that what we're doing?
Yeah, we're doing a cut. You can do it in slow motion too. That'd be great. There you go, Kevin.
Can you see the good enough angle there?
Here we go. Here we go.
Beautiful. Oh yeah, look at that. I can taste it hitting the bannock at the bottom. That's my favorite, is the layering, and when it gets to the bottom and soaking it all up.
Definitely, and just getting, I grew up with over easy eggs and toast, right? So same concept, just egg yolk is the sauce in and of itself without doing anything to it. So I'm just gonna fire a pan on here. I'm gonna sear this steelhead quickly for our second dish. I think while it's heating up, I'll just talk to the fact that I think, especially for home use, I think hand searing is a very, very misunderstood technique that maybe isn't done enough because of comfort level, or in my case, I have two very sensitive smoke alarms that I actually removed for this demonstration. I do not have a restaurant quality hood vent, so it's very easy to set them off. But it's just, anybody who's cooked professionally understands it, that you're sealing in that flavor and that moisture, right? And it's just such an easy technique. I've talked to my parents about it. I've shown friends how to do it. It's, just don't over oil your pan. You don't need a lot of grease. You just need enough so that it's not going to stick. And in this case with fish, it's hands down my favorite way to cook it. There's so many complex methods, but skin on, skin into the pan, into the oven, flip it once, done.
Yeah. So. Delicious. I once taught I feel your pain about the smoke detector. I once taught probably about a month ago, I was teaching a Zoom cooking class in my kitchen that is not conducive for cooking class either. And the group that I ended up teaching it to started to make a drinking game out of every time my smoke detector went off.
And I don't know if you have to do what I do, but I'm only 5'6", so I have a broom in the corner. And when it's going off, I'm doing this.
I take a dish towel.
Nice, there you go.
And frantically wave it like a crazy person.
Yeah. Whatever you gotta do.
I didn't want them to get too intoxicated, so then I just popped it out.
Nice, yeah. Stop.
Yeah.
Hey, Chef, I have a question for you. What are some of the things that people do wrong with salmon? Because this is the biggest question you see all the time.
I would say hands down, no matter how you're cooking it, I'd say getting more comfortable with eating it medium.
Yeah.
Overcooking it and it drying out is probably the number one thing. Like, and I understand people, maybe they're not into sushi, maybe they're not into raw, but you don't have to cook salmon raw in order to enjoy it more. It's that medium well is perfectly acceptable. As soon as you hit well done, it starts to get that chewy texture, right?
Yeah. I love that. That's the same issue we have in Ontario as you have in Vancouver.
Yeah.
The overcooking and that process of it. And I actually I had a friend of mine who had said numerous times, she had a show in town and she was like, I hate salmon. Like, I don't like it. I don't like it. And I said to her, I'm like, I bet if I come on your show, I can make you salmon that you will love. And that was the big difference. I went on her show and she was like, I don't even know like what the difference is, how you did this. And I said, normally people overcook it. And we have this mentality of our parents, when our mom made it that one time, or our aunt, blah, 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 I didn't eat it because it was so overcooked and it tasted fishy, and that whole story we create around it. But that is probably the number one thing that we do in a unskilled manner is to
100%.
overcook it.
I would agree. I'm going to drop this in, so anyone watching, you're going to hear the sizzle probably, but there you go.
Yeah.
Fire that into the oven and continue that conversation. I would say pork also along those lines is classic, same thing, right? Going back to the trichinosis issues in the mid-19s, and just so many people grew up on pork that was overcooked to high heaven. To the point where you need so much applesauce to make it even taste remotely good.
I was going to comment on that because my parents would cook it so much, then you'd hear the of the can opener with the mushroom soup.
Yeah.
And then your gums would start bleeding before you bit the product because they knew it was in store.
And that's funny that knowing what we know now and thinking about all the things, like I remember when my mom would take the meat out of the freezer, leave it on the counter for the day, and then let it thaw out. And I'm like, now knowing those things, I'm like, wow, how was I not sick more often?
Yeah.
But then, of course, it's because we overcook it for the rest of the day.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So while we're chatting here, I just put together another container here. You can go to the close-up. This would be a single portion. Of course, you could escalate this or do 4 people, 6 people, whatever you wanted. But basically, your take and make option. Again, I think this is such an easy thing, especially if the restaurants put some instructions in the box, or maybe they do some promotional videos. But I think we talked, Jay, about how seafood is so underutilized in the takeout game.
Yeah.
Not just, and I understand the takeout side of it, that you don't want, as a chef, you don't want that salmon to overcook in the skip the dishes bag or the grease bag. So that's fair, but I think as a take and make, very, very good idea. And, I think with a little help and guidance, people would really take to it, getting a nice piece of salmon that, especially if you're using a product they can't buy at their local butcher or something. So,
yeah. I think one of the other...
Sorry, I'll just one more. I just threw the sauce that I'm going to use in a cup here. I threw the Prairie Blend we'll talk about into dumping it on my counter there, into another one. These are the same sugar cane containers. This one's got 2 compartments. This one's 1 here, and again, super easy that they can all go into your compost when you're done. What were you going to say there, Kim?
I was going to say, and I'm sure you'd probably agree, that one of the other big mistakes that people make when picking seafood is if you automatically are usually drawn to a frozen product versus a fresh product. There's such a massive, massive taste difference and flavor difference in a fresh product, and the different level of quality that brings into what you're making is huge.
Totally, 100%. So, Jay, if you want to go close up here, just for anyone learning to sear 101. So you can see that because the pan was hot, that fish is loosey-goosey there. It's sliding around. we're gonna have a nice crispy skin after. If we wanted to, we could throw some butter in there. We could baste it. We could do whatever. I'm just gonna fire it back in for a couple minutes.
I have a T-shirt that says "I love butter," so that's what I would be doing.
Nice. I was wearing a Johnson Pork T-shirt, another good BC local company yesterday, and that says, "You don't like bacon. You either like bacon or you're wrong."
Oh.
So I have a question for you, and this might be a non. Obviously, I'm not even at your guys' caliber. Salt or not salted butter for salmon?
For salmon, I mean, I think anytime you use salted butter, in my opinion, you just have to be aware that there's salt in it. So
okay,
it can get you into trouble if you're making a sauce, right? And you maybe are used to seasoning your sauce a certain way, and then you add salted butter, and now it pushes it over that edge. I don't think, as long as you're conscious of your seasoning, I don't think it matters too much one way or another in that application.
I agree.
I always see it. I don't know what to buy, so I was like, okay, which one do I buy?
I always buy unsalted because you can add salt.
Yeah,
you can't take it away. So
good point.
I've started to do, like, I love my salmon as well. We're a huge salmon family, and my kids will, like, I just buy them a whole side just for themselves now.
Yeah.
And I sometimes do it in a little bit of coconut oil or in ghee, because ghee adds a really nice crisp and a really nice finish to it without like the milk fat part of it, and just even changes the dynamic of the flavor a little bit.
Yeah, speaking to that point, it's like I clarified a pound of butter this morning, but I don't need to use it all for hollandaise, right? So now you've got your ghee sitting ready to go, essentially. So it's a butter one anyways, but.
Yeah, I always think it's gold, myrrh, frankincense, and ghee, or what the three wise men brought.
Yeah. Okay, so I think our salmon's pretty close here. So our steelhead. So I'm gonna just plate this up as we go and talk you through what I'm using. So first off on the plate is a starch. I'm using Floating Leaf's Prairie Blend. It's one of my favorites. Floating Leaf does an amazing job at making these grain pulse blends that can be cooked essentially like rice. So that's another reason I think it would be great for that home cook, is that there's really no complexity to it, right? You're not adding lentils, you're not adding quinoa, you're just cooking it all together. It's made in Canada, so what more can you say about it? Awesome product, great flavor. I love lentil flavor, and it's, again, lentils are used so much in lentil applications, but maybe not with, a more traditional application, and they just add such a good flavor to it. So we're going to start with our Floating Leaf blend there. I didn't do much to it. I just cooked it in some chicken stock, a little bit of onion in there, nice and simple. You could do it risotto style, and I'll be cautious to say that for any of my Italian friends watching. I will not call it risotto because it's not. But you could do it risotto style. You could do it pilaf style. You could really do whatever you want with it. I just cooked it exactly like rice, kind of 1.5 to 1. So we're going to start with that.
Can you ever use that product?
No. What did you say is in that mixture, Patrick?
So this mixture is, if I'm correct, it's wild rice, white rice, millet, lentils, red quinoa, and white quinoa, I believe. So it's a 6-grain blend.
Beautiful.
And it's formulated to cook just like rice. Right here. You're on the close-up there.
Oh, here we go. Close-up.
So there you go. However, you can see that the best. And you can leave it there for a second, and we'll start plating the salmon.
Canadian
so you can see here that because your pan's smoking hot when it goes in, your fish is still nice and loose. You're never going to get that stuck fish, right? And that's another important aspect of the sear there. Just drop that right on top. Now I made a little for the veg. We don't grow a lot of veg in BC in the wintertime unless it's hydroponic or greenhouse growing. But we do actually have a really good farm in Abbotsford, not too far from me, that does local asparagus, which I think is super cool just because asparagus is one of those, again, environmental footprint type items, right, when it's coming from Peru. So when I made my gastrique yesterday, I boiled down the cranberries. I pulled them out, so they're a kind of a saturated cranberry here that's been sitting in the gastrique overnight. Nice. I did some blanched asparagus. I used those microgreens, and I made a little salad, just a little bit of oil to add to it, and that's kind of the dressing. So I'm just going to throw that on top.
Oh,
Beautiful.
Take my gloves off here for a second. And then again, same gastrique, but in this case, I did a different emulsified sauce. I did a beurre blanc.
Oh.
So we're going to throw that around. And then again, your miniature Bannocks, and we'll just kind of hit them on the plate there.
Beautiful.
Try and turn it.
Sweet.
Yeah.
There we go.
There. I'll take a picture and send it over to you, Jay.
Yeah, so we can drool on it more. Delicious.
I know, hey?
Love it. So,
you know, there we go. And again, super easy application. It looks top notch, I think, but it's again, maybe with the beurre blanc at home, you do a lemon dill sauce or something a little simpler, but all the cooking methods are there for a really, really easy, simple dinner. So
the one of my questions about the prairie blend that you put on the plate before, can you use it or have you used it in a cold application, like part of a salad? If you like, how does it take in that?
It's awesome. I've used it several times for poke bowls.
Oh, nice. Okay. Yeah, awesome.
Very, very good way to elevate a poke bowl with maybe a little extra cost, but no extra work. So.
Yeah, and I know Canada is one of the largest producers of lentils, so it is and exporters of it. So it's kind of our thing to embrace them.
Definitely, 100%.
Awesome, love it.
Well, Chef, I can't thank you enough for being on today.
Yeah, no problem.
Kim, I should have warned. We should have had a warning.
I know.
You may get hungry.
We got to talk about this. There needs to be one box delivered to my place, one box to your place, and then we can do. Because if not, the like if my screen could scratch and sniff, then that would be totally different game too.
Yeah, there you go.
That was punishment. Oh my God.
Now I'm so hungry because here it's like 1:30 and I'm like lunchtime. That looks like a delicious breakfast, Jay.
Well, enjoy your breakfast, Chef, and thanks again.
I will. Thank you so much for having me on here, and enjoy the rest of the day.
Awesome. Nice. Well, we'll see you later. Thanks so much, Chef. Nice. Kim, that's torture, eh?
That was really, really torture because I can only imagine the taste of that steelhead coming from like Vancouver. It's probably only been out of the water for a couple of days, for Pete's sake, and I guarantee it's probably. That goes back to the conversation about the freshness versus frozen and the difference in quality and taste of coming from a fresh product. And I have to being a salmon snob, using a fresh product is such an important thing.
Yeah, it was just beautiful. And just those, so that rice, it's actually a really good friend of mine owns the company. And it's a Canadian company.
Yeah.
And a lot of that products, I'm not sure exactly all of that was, but most of the lentils are coming out of Saskatchewan, Manitoba.
Yeah.
And I've used the product and it's just incredible product out there. And you really can't do much to it. You can beat it up and it still continues and it's beautiful. And I think it hits in all the trends in today's world, right?
Totally. And it looks like one of those products that's so versatile. You can add it into a soup. You can add it into like a base, have it in a salad, like coming from a venues that do a lot of quick service stuff, adding that into a salad, that just levels you up completely with what you're offering.
It's beautiful. Very beautiful. We'll get some products sent to you on that. I got some people who will get you some products.
Milking this food portion more. Feed the chef. Hello, didn't we talk about this, Jay?
Yeah, we got to work on that. Anyways, so we're going to break to a quick message here, and then we have in the green room, I'm not going to call him a legend because his head will just get bigger than it is, but he's in the green room right now checking out. He's doing push-ups as well. He's trying to get big arms like Ellen had.
Nice.
But we have Greg Prokopo, which, see, I said your name right there, Greg. Be happy. Sort of. So we're going to have Greg in the house here in a second, but we're going to break, and then we'll be back with Greg.
Okay.
A little goes a long way. That's never been more true than now. You're doing every little thing you can to keep your restaurants going and fresh food coming. And at Cisco, so are we. Introducing no delivery minimums, so you can order only what you need. Because we know that a little actually means more. More flexibility, more value, and more freedom. And now, you can access solutions you need fast. See, a little really does mean more. As in, more ways we're making it easier to keep your customers happy and your restaurant rising.
Cherry in the
Hello, Greg.
Hello, nice commercial. Wow.
You like that?
I'm impressed. Very cool. Very cool.
Yeah, we blew the budget on that one.
Exactly.
Blew the budget. So I don't know if you've met Kim, Greg, but we have Chef Kim Sutherland, legend.
Hi, Kim. Nice
She's
to
a
meet
little
you.
bit cooler than you. She's a little bit cooler.
Well, probably a little smarter conversation having Kim on board, so I appreciate you bringing her. That's great.
Don't hold me to that. Go either way.
So Greg is one of our directors in business resources for the Prairies region. And, one of the things that Greg's going to talk about today is surprisingly things that makes us different. But I'm really excited because he's pulled some curveballs and done some cool stuff here in relationship to where I all started my world in this industry. But Greg, what are you going to talk about today?
Well, as you said, you wanted me to bring a topic forward that talks about the Cisco difference. And I know you've got lots of people coming from the business resource side this week. And I picked a topic that, in my mind, is a bit of a sleeper. It's not something we utilize a lot of with our customers, and I think it's a miss. So maybe this broadcast in itself might create some awareness for some people that didn't know we have this at our fingertips. So some background, as you can see in the slide you're getting ready there, it's called Firefly by Data Essentials. Long story short, you're just loading it up. This is a company that provides us a lot of data analytics. We can do a lot of market research in a marketplace, right down to a postal code, to a town, city, what have you. It's a very powerful site for, oh, there we go. You got the slide up now. Can you get her back up there for me? There we go.
Yeah.
Figuring it out. So there's a couple of buckets. We'll quickly cover what is Firefly, and then the other thing is it really has two major buckets it can share information on. One is market analytics to help us as a sales force in Canada, but also help our customers, and also food trends. Massive information on food trends. I love it for that perspective. It brings a lot of knowledge, allows me to bring a lot of knowledge to myself, and in turn, I can bring it to our customers and for our team as well, for all our chefs and culinary specialists. So Jay, just hit the forward arrow. It should take you to what is Firefly, or you can click on it, or you can just hit forward arrow. It should work. So I took this right from the website. Probably not the most readable thing, but this is one of the leading and largest database companies out there. They acquire their information from multi levels of sources information, right from Stats Canada to surveys. It's very extensive, and I guess you almost want to think of it it's almost like a spider web reaching out into the marketplace, gathering data, and then compiling the data to provide analytics. If you could hit the next arrow, please. One more time.
Sorry, Greg, I can't see the arrows.
On your keyboard. Just your forward arrow. Yeah.
Now you're getting all fancy on me.
That's how easy this is. It'll do the work for you. One more time. Okay, so let's go right into market analytics. So hit the forward arrow again. Thank you. So Jay kind of let the cat out of the bag. What I wanted to do was, Jay, we're going to pretend for a moment that, let's pretend you are a restaurateur and you own a quick serve burger concept in Edmonton where you live. And now I happen to know you come from Swift Current. So I thought I'd just pick on that for fun.
Okay.
So I wanted to see what Firefly could tell us about Swift Current. In terms of, if I was to sit down with you as a customer saying, hey, I'm thinking of putting a franchise location up in Swift Current, what kind of information could you provide me to help me make the right choices, or is this even the right place to go to put my brand? So the first thing you're seeing on this slide is, this is kind of like a summary slide. The larger block of information there. This slide is it's broken down into several pages underneath it. So I'm just going to give you the summary today. But just on a high level, let's start from the top left. It gives you the population of Swift Current, 18,000. Below it gives you the breakout of male, female, the median age, 41 years old. I actually like this next one, median home household income of 74,000. And just below it, it's probably not readable in the slides, the median average for Canada is around 70,000. So I've done this exercise with some marketplaces, and it's quite surprising to see that, wow, this marketplace has a median average income of 92,000 versus Canada at 70,000. I think that could be an interesting, sign of disposable income in that marketplace. It might be a very strong marketplace. to put up a restaurant concept. If you go to the middle section, it does pop. This one's really cool, and geez, I hope this comes through on the slides, Jay. A local population, so it breaks it out by population groups, from the silent group to the baby boomers, to the Gen X, to the millennials, and to the Gen Z. And then beneath it, it breaks it out into ethnicities of white, black, Hispanic, Asian, other. But once again, I think as a pointing matters, I love focusing on the top half of this, where it talks about millennials and Gen Zs and so forth. Jay, you and I both know this. We've done many presentations to audiences where we talk about the influence of the millennials and Gen Zs. And I've been in presentations where customers are convinced, oh, that's not my marketplace. We're all the old style food from 30 years ago. And yet we know millennials and Gen Z is the future of restaurants in terms of consumer demand. And I'll show them this data. And I said, well, you might think that, but quite frankly, your particular town you live in, you actually have 58% blend of millennials and Gen Z. That's a high ratio. And that speaks to all the data we've been hearing about Canada, that 2/3 of our population very quickly is going to be Gen Z and millennials, if not more. So this data can, once again, reinforce, it can dispel some myths about a marketplace, or what you think that marketplace is like. The bottom half of the chart shows you how many are employed, methods of transportation. Probably not as relevant considering we live in Canada. I think most people are driving nowadays, not a lot of walking out in these small country towns.
That may shift, though.
That may
shift too. Yeah.
And then to the far right, it has a breakout percentage of language and ancestry. Not as critical information, I would argue to you, but once again, this is just a high-level viewpoint and a summary of Swift Current. What can we learn about it?
So here's what, Kim, I'm going to share this with you too, because I don't know. We actually had a question on here, Greg, that they asked, how do we access this resource as a Cisco customer?
Let's run that. Let's bring that at the end.
Okay. Yeah, we'll bring that up, Pam, right at the end there. But thank you for the great question. But here's one of the things I see from this. And like Greg said, we've been using these kind of resources with our customers for quite some time now. But when I look at this, and I know Swift Current very well, it's where I started my career in this industry many moons ago. But when I look at this and I look at, okay, it's a smaller town, obviously a lot of extra income there, not much to do, prairie province, prairie town. What else you're going to do is probably a big factor of your daily or your weekly activity is going to be eating out or grabbing food on the go. I now know that it's very European based, right? So European diets, European food, cuisine is going to be a hit, right? As that is. Now, it also has a medium age group of 41 years old. So that's at, maybe it's an age group that is also open to trying new things. Mm-hmm. So maybe I'm going to introduce a new restaurant concept there, or like Greg said, burgers. Maybe I'm going to do some different kind of burgers there because that group is more, I guess, open to trying new things, right? And that's the way I look at these kind of reports is how do I position or put my cards in the right place or put my, map myself out on my business decisions to make the right decisions of what I'm doing.
Yeah,
this gives it all. It really speaks to it.
And don't get us wrong. If you look at the stats, they're boomers. It's hard to see the number. I think it's around 20%. So roughly 1/3 of the town is boomers. You still want to appeal to that marketplace, but man, if you ignore that younger generation, there's opportunities now to experiment and bring flavor, bring variety, bring interest to your menu. So I do like this because it's not just me saying it. I can prove it to them. Listen, you've got a lot of younger generation of eaters coming up, and let's not ignore them as you're building your menus.
Totally, because they're the ones that will pay for it as well in a lot of cases. So I think something like this would be very cool is that for people who want to start out in the food and beverage industry and have this passion, I've always wanted to be a cook or chef or own a restaurant, but I want to do it this way. And then all of a sudden they're wondering why their business isn't taking off or where they can capitalize on more dollars. This is one of those. And I'm not normally, Jay and I were actually talking about your presentation before, because I said where this would be so valuable. I'm not the person that would have previously followed the data or known those things until I became more educated on the benefits and the bonuses that have been brought to me from that kind of data. And I think that's a key piece that a lot of people are missing because have this concept of what they want and what they believe will be successful.
Right.
Well, when it comes down to it, numbers don't lie about things like that. Like this is the guts of it is actually in this belief, and what you might be seeing as what people like isn't necessarily what's actually come to fruition. So that would be an incredibly valuable tool to, even if you have someone just run it, like occasionally say, oh yeah, okay, you know what? This is where our generations are going. This is where the town is changing.
Right on.
Big time valuable.
Yep, for sure.
Yeah, very cool.
Jay, hit the forward arrow. So let's pretend we started with this slide, and now we're going to kind of go down to the next level. If you could move the slide forward.
Wait a second, Greg.
Okay. Did it freeze up on you? There we go. So now I want to do a little bit deeper dive into what I did is I set the filters, and I wanted to look for quick, what did I say? Casual quick serve burger operations in this town. Who's available? So if you look at the restaurant overview on the far left, there's 24 national chains in this town. There's 4 regional chains. There's 1 micro chain, and then there's 39 independents. What's interesting on the right, now, if I was talking to you and you want to put up a burger location, I'd look at the data and it says on the right, it might be hard to read, but there's actually under burger, there's 4 locations right now, all 4 are national. There are no regionals, and there is no street restaurants that specialize in burger. Doesn't mean every other restaurant might have a burger on the menu, but in terms of someone who's branding themselves as a casual quick serve burger, your only competition at this point is chains. So if I was sitting down with you, I'd say that could be a good sign. You have an opportunity here to maybe be first in the marketplace with something of a more local branding. And then, as you can see in the chart, it breaks out all the styles of restaurant categories that you could think of, whether it's Italian, Korean, Mediterranean, Mexican, and so forth. But in this particular conversation, I just wanted to kind of point it around the burger. If you can hit the forward arrow one more time. Now let's go a little deeper. Okay, there's 4. Who are those 4 burger places in this town? Well, here they are. There's McDonald's and Burger King and A&W. No surprise. And how many locations? So once again, you could probably figure this out yourself. You could probably go to Swift Current. You could probably drive around town. But really, in this kind of a conversation, we could address this pretty quick and fast, and you didn't even leave your house yet.
Yeah, okay. No kidding.
Right? So it just takes away all that extra work. Right? Now, once again, if you can forward one more time. Right? So this is just a very quick snapshot of your competition in the town. We're going to go into maps. Firefly will also give you a map. So these dots represent all the restaurants located in this town. Could be relevant, may not be relevant, but once again, depending on what you're thinking, are you looking at going on the highway, which is kind of the middle section? Well, okay, there's all my competition on the highway, but there's no one on the west end. There's very few on the east end of the highway leaving the town. There's a big chunk in the middle. That's kind of like the downtown area. So it gives you, once again, just some quick visual, some quick awareness of what marketplace you're walking into. So when you are looking for store locations, maybe you want to be near it, maybe you don't. Maybe you want to, you might identify a neighborhood that's maybe a bedroom community where you want to put a restaurant right next to that community. And the map shows you, wow, I got a wide open landscape. There's no one to compete against me. It could just reinforce your decisions as you're looking at real estate. Make sense?
Yeah. I always said there's 2 kinds of chefs out there. Those that cook for the good of themselves, or those that cook for the good of their customers. And that right there takes it from this right down to here. And you right there have put, this is your customer right here in front of you. That's who to cook for.
Yeah, right on.
That's awesome.
Okay, so let's pretend we've done this. Okay, so we've done this basic introduction of analytics of the town, the demographics, your competition. If you forward arrow, now assuming you've gotten the information you need from that, we can also go into food trends. So if you hit forward arrow again. So what this is there's Firefly and Data Essentials done. They create tons and tons of reports. I was fortunate enough. I did a search for burger reports, and there's a 2021 edition, so it just came out. It's brand new. We have limited access to what we can get from it, but what we can get from it is huge. Because as you can see, those circles represent roughly a dozen slides. There's over 30 slides. I eliminated a lot just for today's presentation and get to some of the meat of the matter. They have a very detailed report you can download, but it's that's actually an extra fee, and I'll talk about how this works later. So if you hit forward, Jay, let's just look at some of the content you get from the trends. So SNAP is what they call it, SNAP reports, and it's going to break out, as it says once again on the slide, explore consumers' attitudes and behaviors, understand what motivates consumers, contrast general affinities for burgers, burger builds, and ingredients. It's once again, this is just setting the tone of what kind of content is going to be in this type of report. If you hit the next slide.
Okay, just wait.
Like I said, I picked some of the highlighted slides just for this great conversation.
Sweet.
Did it freeze on you?
No, I just think it doesn't want to work. Oh no, here it is.
There, yeah, you can do that.
And there we go. Sorry. Next one, Greg.
Yep. Oh, yeah, that's just a picture. You can move on. Sorry. Let's get to the next one. It's more of a meteor slide.
You were actually drooling over the burger.
I was just like, you're torturing Kim again. Here we go.
Okay.
Yeah.
So here's an example, right? So, hey, Jay, I'm glad you, sounds like you're convinced to put up a burger location in Swift Current. We've already identified you have no competition other than chain in terms of your type of brand you want to bring to the town. In case you weren't aware of it, this is the big word out there. Plant-based burgers are taking root. So when we're talking about that millennial and that Gen Z population, once again, this report's just bringing it forward to you, making you aware of the phenomenal growth happening in plant-based burgers. Right? It's just mind-blowing. Even 1,000%. It's crazy. Yeah. Vegan cheese, 600%. Right? Vegan burgers. It just speaks to you. Maybe if you don't already have this in your brand, something to consider.
Add it on, yeah.
Especially for that younger generation. Let's go to the next slide, Jay.
I tell you, it's painting the picture. Pretty easy, eh, Kim?
Yeah, absolutely.
The real Greg.
For all those purists that said, no, this won't, this will never fly, this will never fly. The numbers are right there, so.
This next slide, once again, it's tough to read, even though this one's more about, even though, yes, plant-based are important, don't forget the basics, right? There's still, people are still craving meat and options in meat. So once again, this slide just speaks briefly to that idea that you still, unless your brand is to be truly vegetarian, don't forget what got you there, meat, and the quality of the meat and the types of meat you could use in your burger brand. Jay, can you move forward? This one's really cool. I found, of all the slides, this one's my favorite because this talks about the gap of what consumers are saying they want and what brands are not bringing to the consumers. So if you look on the far right, it says burger bowls. There's 34% consumer interest in burger bowls, and yet trending is only around 4%. So what it's doing is on the far right, it's saying there's a 30% gap of consumer to menu options.
Wow.
Right? So,
yeah.
Oh my goodness, I'm putting a burger bowl on my menu when I rebrand. Like it just makes sense.
No kidding.
Same thing. The next highest one is next level of cheddars on burgers. Consumers are saying they want it, and yet we don't do a lot of that in our burger brands. And it's written there as a 29% consumer gap. Upscale meals is the next one, 28%. Whimsical or sweet carriers at 24%. Sweet flavors at 22. I think it's 22 or 23. Breakfast 23. And brunch burgers. And then mac and cheese. I'm not sold on the mac and cheese stack, but the rest I agree with. I could see that being in my burger restaurant. So once again, maybe you came to me just to talk about, hey, I'm looking at Swift Current. What do you think as a marketplace? Hopefully you see value in this, having this conversation being brought to having this information being brought to the conversation as well. So it's not just helping you with your location. Let's talk about trends. Let's go to the next one. Here we're back to that growing marketplace. Millennials are the likely target for experimental and creative burgers. So it just once again just speaks to it, gives you some content and some context to millennials. Yeah.
So Greg, let's go back. So we went back. I'm not going to because I might screw things up here, but if we go back to the report that showed us the population, I think it was about 26% were millennials.
Yeah, it was. Between millennials and Gen Z, it was 23 and 23 roughly. But I do want to put a caveat to it. That was a census taken in 2016.
Okay, so that number obviously is going to grow.
That number is higher. That number for sure
higher,
is over 50%.
Right?
Yeah.
So you connect that with this kind of information. you pretty much got a win-win in a sense, right?
That's the whole idea. If you're that burger operator that's not convinced, I don't need plant-based, or millennials, I got my burger brand, that's it. Are you sure? You might be ignoring a marketplace that might not rally behind your brand.
I think I was in a Cisco presentation once where they went as far as to show how much millennials will spend per meal, and how much, and what a difference that makes. And as much as people don't understand or believe that it's that age group, but they have no problem spending the money. They have no problem playing. That's where Uber Eats and all our delivery companies came from, is because of this group of people as well. So
bang on, Kim. You're absolutely right. And Jay and I,
sorry, Greg, I'm getting ahead of you.
Oh, I was going to say, bang on, Kim. I was just saying, you're right on there. Jay and I have done presentations around that. I can't remember the stats. It's 3 to 4 times faster. They spend more money.
Yeah.
I've done my own little local market research by talking to Gen Zs, and I say, tell me where you eat and how much you spend. And it blows my mind when they say, oh yeah, I drop this much money every week, me and my boyfriend. I'm going, that's crazy. When I was your age, I never would have dreamt spending that kind of money on a weekly food experience, but they do it all the time.
My kids are in grade 9 and 10 at a high school, and they get deliveries to the high school. Yeah. So like 10 of them will all throw in money, and they'll call an Uber Eats and get what they want delivered to the high school, which blows my mind that kids do that, but they have no problem doing it.
Yeah, we were just raised to spend money differently. So
yeah.
Anyways, this next one, this next slide is all about the classics, right? It's just giving you some basic trending information of the basics of burgers, of the cheddar, the patty, and so forth. Nothing revolutionary there. Next slide, Jay.
Sweet. Too much coffee today already, Kim.
Breathe, Jay. Bring the breath.
Okay, so once again, this one's cool as well. It's hard to read, but this slide is talking about the importance of customization, and this is one of the biggest opportunities in this category, in a burger category, that customization is still very much valued by our consumers, by our customers. So yeah, it's nice to have your preset burgers, but the ability to customize my burger, even if you have to charge me more for it, there's an opportunity there for you in your brand. So that's all that slide's talking about.
Very cool though. And this is something that not just in burgers, but I see this a lot in other, from poke bowls to subs to sandwiches, you name it. Pizza, customized pizza now, big.
Yep.
We see that.
I think a lot of people feel that way because we've become so aware of waste, and you don't want something that's on your burger that you're going to peel off and throw in the garbage. Like that makes you feel guilty almost about ordering it. So that is just an added sell.
And this slide just speaks to how current the information is. This slide speaking about the current storm of our pandemic of COVID-19, and the idea that comfort food, this is the ultimate comfort food, and burgers will weather any storm, and it's been proven during these times. Once again, third-party delivery home for burgers, right, for people's for that craving experience. So once again, it just speaks to the importance of burgers. It'll never be gone, never going to get out of fashion. And I think that's the last slide. I think the last one is just kind of back to the beginning, if I remember right. I can't remember what this one was. Oh, sorry, there is one more. This slide just speaks to, there are different value points if you're serving a burger in your restaurant versus targeting a burger for home delivery. This one's kind of giving you a little bit of insight into that. There's actually some different value points that consumers are looking for inside a restaurant versus just having home delivery. You can see in the bottom there, it says, at home, people value taste above all and carefully consider all parts of the build, including cheese, bun, and toppings. In the earlier part of the slide, my eyes are good. It's more about the protein choices, the quality of the protein, the story of the protein. Is it grass-fed? Is it Angus? Is it chuck? That speaks more to that in-house consumer demand of what they're looking for. They're willing to pay a little bit more if they think whether they inherit to dining out, such as convenience. Yeah, I'm sorry, tough to read there. But once again, it's just little pointers that a little bit different target and a little bit different menu thoughts, depending on your target, what you're going after with your brand. Now that's the last slide, I promise you.
Okay.
And I think we're on for timing. So there was an earlier question, how do you get access to this? Well, this is why I wanted to bring this forward. This is not a free platform. Cisco, being who we are, can afford this. This isn't a very expensive license. It's not something that the average restaurateur could go out and buy a license for themselves. We bought this for Cisco Canada, and it's being utilized by my teams across Canada and their sales teams. And because of that, I can use this information and access it and share it with customers selectively. And that's the idea today, is I really see a vision of using this kind of information to help some of our customer brands or some of our local brands that want to, they want to expand, they want to go into a new marketplace. You can do all the traditional things, right? You can go fly or drive to that location, but maybe we can give you some further intel even before you go to that marketplace to help set you up a little quicker, a little faster. And that's really the heart of it. Like I said, underutilized tool, and maybe we've got a few fans after this.
Totally. I think where that would be incredibly valuable right now as we pivot, of course, the catchword of 2020 is the pivot.
Right.
Is if you were thinking of opening up like a section of the grocery portion of things, you were thinking, oh, you know what, maybe I'll start selling some groceries and help offset. Well, that right there tells you where the grocery store is, how far it is away, who gets to it, what people are buying, and would be beneficial for them to buy from a more localized person. That could change the entire future of your business. Just having
absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. Once again, we filtered for a burger restaurant, but I could have looked for convenience stores. I could have looked for large scale stores. Depending what you're looking for, we can filter it down and drill down to that data. So really quick, really cool.
I appreciate your nerding out on that, Greg.
Yeah,
I get you. You got me. I'm buying into that ticket. Yeah, love it.
You know what? Maybe that probably does speak to my nature. It's just people are so passionate about their choices in businesses, right? And restaurants and menus. And it's like, sometimes data doesn't lie. And it's sometimes, that's what I love about my job, is because I meet these passionate people, and yet I have a chance to be just not passionately connected to their dream, right? So I bring a bit of that objective viewpoint of, okay, I love what you're saying. Now, based on this data, I'm not sure if that's the right call, or based on this data, that is the right call. Yeah, Jay, this is a prime location to put up a burger restaurant. Put up that brand. So
it just creates really good conversations too, right? It just really starts great. It always leads to good conversations, is when you always have data to back. Yeah. Awesome. Well, thanks, Greg, for your time. Do you have another thing there?
No other questions? We're good?
No, we're good. But thank you again for sharing this. This is awesome. Kim, this is what makes us different.
Right? No kidding. I totally get that. That is a huge piece from an industry standpoint. And I think it needs to be utilized significantly more. And then it'll just help people set in the right direction, which is huge.
You bet.
Absolutely.
Well, enjoy your day, guys. I know you got a long day ahead of you. Well, actually, a long 4 days. So have fun.
Long 4 days, long week. Exactly. It's all good. Awesome. Well, thanks, Greg. We'll see you later.
Thanks, Greg.
Take care.
There you go, Kim. Another thing that makes us different, eh?
I'm nerding out on that one. Huge.
That was pretty cool,
I can see about 100 different applications in my mind on how that would be beneficial, coming from my background in large venues and quick service in those venues, and creating. That is such an easier tool to use than trial and error. I get the trial and error, but trial and error and in this day and age, that experimenting piece, if you have an opportunity to even just narrow that column down a little bit, tighten that lane up by using things like that could change. And it also leaves an opportunity to create something totally different than you would have had in the beginning, or your original concept.
So true, right? And it's just something that I think more and more that we use data in today's, it saves you so much money.
Yeah. Because there was a lot of burgers you would have to be cooking to get down to that people just also,
and also when you go to the banks and stuff for money and you're asking for money and stuff like that, it's nice to back what your plan is with that.
Yeah.
For investors, I guess you're more lucky, probably more lucky with having investors, right?
Yeah. Right. Yeah, but there's so many that that won't or are hesitant on investing in restaurants because we're so shot in the dark what we believe a trend is here and upcoming. So if you were to have that actually documented and say, hey, just a heads up, this is my idea. I want to make this, and here's the numbers that say it will work for me, then somebody's going to be like, oh yeah, okay, you have your stuff together. Totally, that makes sense for me to invest in that. That shifts the entire ripple of it.
Awesome. Well, Kim, that was great, but I can't wait for the next three, especially the one next chef here, Mr. Ryan, Chef Ryan. So we're going to break to a quick, I'm just watching the comments come through. We're going to break to a quick little break here, a quick commercial, and then we're going to have the Culinary Federation in and chat with them on a few different things here. So we'll be right back. Welcome. As I choke on my donut. Sorry. Let me get something in the green screen. Woo! Well, welcome, the Culinary Federation. Welcome, everyone.
Good morning. Thanks for having me, Jay.
I was going to be like
a loaded deck you got here, Jay. You're
I know,
highly
These are all our people, man.
all your people, right? Well, Paul and John, welcome to the show. Ryan, welcome back. We've had Ryan on the show a few times over the years, or over the weeks or months, whatever it is now.
Over the year, let's just say that.
Let's say that? Okay.
Yeah.
No, he's got to be so serious. So let's talk a little bit about Culinary Federation.
Yeah, I think we're the Culinary Federation piece and why be a member, I think is a really good question, but I think we're going to touch that on our Tuesday show. I think one of the biggest things I want to really bring awareness to right now is our two national culinary teams. So we've been, the Culinary Federation and the Olympics and the World Cup been going on for, it was 100 years, I believe, last year for the Olympics as well. Paul Hogue here is our manager for our senior national team, and Giancarlo is the manager for our basically our youth team. So this is his second youth team that he's had since I've known JC. So I mean, he had really good turnouts, and everybody he creates a really good dynamic within the youth as he's doing that. So what I thought it'd be really easy if we just kind of talk a little bit about your experience, both your experiences and why do you guys want to do this? And then we'll start with JC.
Yeah, no, it's thank you for including me this morning or this afternoon in this discussion. I've been doing this for a long time. I've been competing, since 1986, and have been managing teams and national teams since 2003, which probably includes the Bocuse d'Or, one term of Bocuse d'Or. Why am I doing this? That's actually a really tough question. If I'm still doing this,
it's a question we always ask each other all the time.
Yeah, but you know what, Ryan? The good thing is, if I'm still doing this, I truly, truly enjoy this, and it's just being around all these cooks and young people at this particular time. It's quite motivating.
Perfect. How about you, Paul?
I agree definitely with Chef. He's doing this way longer than I have. I tell you that. This is my first team as a manager. Never thought of it. If you were to back it up 3 years on the last team that Ryan you ran, I wouldn't have thought of that. And then it came down, and I thought, well, in my case, I have to put myself out there to experience more, learn more. I find if I don't get out of the comfort zone, how are you going to expand yourself, get better, and meet so many great people? I mean, Chef JC has so much experience that you just sit back and watch what he does, and is great, especially for Canada. He represents on every level. He shows up, everybody knows who he is and who the team's coming with. The national team, the hardest thing I find, this COVID stuff is kicking the crap out of us. Trying to find sponsors, not easy. But for myself, it's definitely being around all the people, learning from absolutely everybody. Absolutely everybody.
Yeah, I think you touched on a few good points there with regards to the difficulty right now that we're facing with, of course, the pandemic right now with our teams and training our teams and finding partners for our teams. And, and at the end of the day, I just want to kind of make this, and they will never say this, and I'll gladly say it. There's a dedication that you kind of put. It's like when you apply to be a manager for a job, you're basically saying, I'm applying for another full-time job, working 18 hours a day, but I'm volunteering not to get paid. So it's like, because it's a job. So, I managed the last national team. So listen, I totally understand where you're coming from. And the dedication that goes in, not just for the managers, but for the coaches, as well as your support team that you put in place. And even more on top of that is, depending on with the youth team, they're people that maybe have never competed much on a national level, but maybe never on an international level. So there's, and the same thing for a national team is the pressure that everybody is under is our job as managers is to practice, to try to iron out the details, to do it constantly in repetitive fashion. So when they're actually competing, it doesn't matter who's around them. They're redoing what they've done 10 or 12 or 13 times up to that point, right? Every kitchen's going to be different. Every piece of equipment is ever going to be different. And we just arm them with I would say the confidence to adapt and the confidence to just produce a great food. I mean, I know what I said, and I think Paul and JC would agree to this is really, at the end of the day, a medallion is a medallion. It's just the color of a metal, and you can't even melt it down to make a filling. So, and at the end of the day, it's really about representing your country and being proud of representing your country and that you did it the best way you can, right? So, I mean, you got anything you want to add about that, JC? I mean, you've had a few teams, so, Yeah,
no, and you hit it on the nose, Ryan, about representing the country. It's not necessarily about the color of the medallion. Sure, when you're younger, the gold was the all, and you thought it was the end of the world when you didn't achieve that gold. But as you wisen up, as you get older, it's all about representation, and it's not just representing our region, our country. It's not just that; it's just everything we do as a team, either a national senior team or junior team or a regional team. It's how you wear your clothes when you're shopping in their local markets. It's how you interact with people. how you interact with just everything, how you treat equipment and all that. So it's a lot of little details that are quite important in my mind that you need to focus on as you're competing, and not only focusing on what you look like and what you're representing, but cooking good food and ensuring that we represent well.
Go ahead. Sorry, Ken.
I was going to say, I was talking this morning, we were talking to the Bocuse group as well. And Ryan and I have talked about this, where he, coming from a non-competing background, where it was never really something I was interested in or I was driven towards. I would say one of the biggest things that I've taken from you guys as well as them now is the sense of community that's created amongst the people you're with. And I think that's really one of the most important things is building that that community. So I was just going to see what you thought about that, if that plays is that part of the reason that gets you going every time?
For me, it is. It's incredible the people you see, and you see at all these competitions every time you do them. I mean, there are when Chicago used to happen, or Basel used to happen, now with IKEA and Lux Expo or Luxembourg, or even Singapore, you see the same guys, and it's incredible. You see the same guys, and you see the guys that are there bringing up and mentoring also, and you're friends. You say you're friends, even though you only see them maybe once every 4 years, or every 2 years, or every 7 years, whatever the competition. And that's the same with the Bocuse d'Or crew, and that's a different beast in itself. I mean, I've been to 7 Bocuse d'Or competitions, managed one with Morgan Wilson back in 2003, and that's another group of people which are quite unique.
Mm-hmm. I think that's one of the things that brings us together as in our industry, is that common thread that's woven through all of us, regardless of what level you're doing it on. You're still all cooking food, and you're preparing it for that passion behind it, which is huge.
Yeah, and I think JC brings up a good point about not just a national community or a regional community, but an international community. I mean, I remember when we got there for Team Ontario, we got to the World Cup, and we went to the main grocery store that everybody all team shop at, Le Provençal. And, we were looking for butane cans, and we couldn't find butane cans. So it was kind of like phone calls started happening. I'm calling the team from the Netherlands. I'm calling the team from Finland because they're in the same hotel as us. And then I called Team USA, and they're like, yeah, we got a couple cans. No, we can send them down. So we're like exchanging cans of butane at the opening ceremony so we can kind of get it. It's the ICA, same thing. I had our old U team that was in PEI. They ordered crab legs, Alaskan crab legs from their grocery store, and it ended up being like they got there and they gave it to another team, so they had none, and they're competing the next day or 2 days later, right? So it's like I spoke to the chef at my hotel. He called it. He ordered it from Norway. It flew in the morning. They actually had it by like 10 in the morning, the next team, and it's constant. Everybody working together for the same goal. And it's an amazing feeling when you might see them every 2 or 4 years, but at the end of the day, it's amazing.
So Ryan and everyone, what does this do for our industry? All these competitions and everything, because the more I learn about it, first of all, you guys blow my mind, like unbelievable. But what does it do for our industry? Because it does good stuff, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's really bringing an awareness to. I would say it's an awareness of community, of working harder. It's really kind of making things more aware in our industry that there are actually competitions like this. You can go to Europe and everybody will know what the World Cup is in Luxembourg, and everybody will know what the ICA is in the Olympics, in Germany. And then you come. You're here in Canada and you're saying we're doing, and it's certain pockets that maybe understand, but you talk to the normal person and they're like, what's that? They got an Olympics for cooking, and, everybody's like totally amazed. Right. And you get that all the time, but the training to go to the Olympics for this is no different than the training of an athlete. They spend, the coaches, from the managers to the competitors, spend years perfecting their trade to hit to this final mark of actually competing there and having the pride to doing it. And to be honest with you, with not one federally or provincially funded dollar. This is all funds that people have to generate their own funding. They have to get. I mean, a normal team, you're looking at about, $750,000 to $1 million. You're looking at a national team competing over a 4-year stretch with not one generated fund from any of our governments.
So what do you guys do? Ryan, what do you guys do to create these funds then? How do you like? How's that? Keep it to fun.
Everybody's laughing because everybody knows it's like fundraiser dinners. You're like, you sell your soul. You know what I mean? You actually we have a lot of partnerships with that need to be regenerated every new team to actually go and have deliverables for Cisco with the national team. And the national team prior to that, you guys were a major partner of ours. And part of that is you get deliverables because of it. I mean, and the struggles, Paul, I mean, you can touch on some of the struggles during COVID trying to get this where you can't do dinners and fundraisers and stuff like that.
No, it's not. It's, you throw raising money to start with, and then you throw COVID on top of this. It is not easy. I took an angle, again, finding sponsoring money. I told them when I first started, I'm not great at it, but I found a different way of finding it. I mean, I've jumped my LinkedIn by 600 people, I guess. And I hit the nail right on the head, and I'm reaching out cold to these companies. And I average 5 to 10 people per company who I reach out to. Somebody will say, hey, you know what? This is fantastic. Let me bounce you to Mary Smith. You get a hold of Mary Smith. I've landed a deal. Some are, thank you very much. No, thank you. Right? Some are budgets are not good. I've waited 6 months. I got people calling now. I reached out to 6 months ago. Hey, what's that going on? I'm hoping it builds more into the next year. But I mean, right now, I mean, we're pretty positive, I got to say, but it's not easy. It's a lot of work, a lot. And JC's done it. Chef JC's done it for so many years. He's probably got a whole different technique down.
Yeah. JC, you guys are dealing with a different thing. I mean, Ontario is dealing with a full lockdown of everything we do. You guys are perhaps opened a little bit more in British Columbia, but I know the struggles are still there. But years and years of experience and having people you've been working with, probably makes it not easier. The word is not easier. It's just, it's still difficult. So you want to touch on that a little bit, JC?
Yeah, no, like for instance, our first junior team practice / meeting, but it's almost like you need to, sure, we've done a lot of Zoom calls, but you can tell that the team, especially the young team, very inexperienced young team, feel like, okay, when is this going to start? And so I felt we needed to do an in-person practice at the end of the month. Now, granted, we can't have everyone here. We do have a team member from Ontario, another one from Manitoba, but we're setting it up as if they're actually in the meeting, and they got to be there 12, whatever, 13, 14 hours we're doing each day in front of that screen, and they'll be part of the process, not obviously physically doing anything, but they're still part of the process. I feel this is super important. I'm sure Paul does too, because everyone just really wants to get going. And at this this stage of the game, we should already have had at least a couple practices or not a final direction, but a good direction on how we're going to approach the next competition, which is coming up quite soon in November 2022.
Yeah, and I mean, like JC just mentioned, it's the World Cup is November 2022. Right now, it's looking like it's going to happen. Everybody is kind of saying it's going to happen, but like the Bocuse d'Or that kind of had to pull out because it's in July. We pulled out our competitor that was going to the World Global Chef competition in Wales this year in October, because there's no practicing. So we're kind of hoping that, I can tell you for the global, I'm hoping that they're going to cancel that and actually add it to the World Global in 2022. So that our candidate that worked so hard can compete. But I think the biggest thing and the biggest takeaway we need to take from this is one, this is a strictly volunteer thing. No one's getting paid. Two, they're doing it because of the pride that they have for our country and representing our country for what, in a trade that they love. And, they've been working together for years and years and years. Three, every dollar, it needs to be earned. There's no standard sponsorship that you get. There's nothing. They're constantly, the manager and the management team is constantly trying to approach companies. And I would say, to be honest with you, if anybody's watching this right now and wants to be a part of any of these teams, easily reach out to the Culinary Federation and we can point you in the right direction to go actually have a conversation with either one of these managers. I'd say either go with both because they're both amazing. So, it's spectacular when you're there. And I got to say, the feeling that you have when you see, I could talk the last team where we were sitting there and we're trying to coach them and we coached them and things work out right. Another practice, things would be a mistake and then something would be right. And then there'd be another mistake. And you're saying to yourself, please just all hit on all cylinders. Please just hit it on. And then they do it while you're there. And it's like everything that you've taught them, they're like they're working like clockwork, right? And you look at them and you feel like a proud father and you're like, oh my God, yeah, oh my God, they do listen to me. So that's kind of how I felt. But all in all, it's a really special event. And if anybody wants to be a part of it, reach out to these two gentlemen.
When you were talking, Ryan, about, I think one of the other things I would add into it, the importance of this is the legacy that's being passed on. Ryan knows I'm a lover of legacies and what that is going to look like on to the next person. And this in an industry that is striving for something to hold on to and something to grab onto it. This is something that makes community. This is something that brings people together and continues to inspire people to come up through the ranks. And that in itself should be a selling feature to so many people who aren't sure what direction to go in this, to have something that is in a position like that, that's a foundation of where we've come from and where we can continue to go. It would be such an important thing to be a part of. So you guys have sold me on the competing today. I'm telling you, I'm in. Sign me up, whatever needed. So not sponsorship, though. I'm not there yet.
You're in.
Yeah.
Now, Ryan, so first of all, I agree. I'm more I learn about this, the more I think other organizations and other companies, I hope, step up and support you guys more and more, because we're sure proud of supporting you guys. And it's something that, me and Ryan talk almost weekly. He bugs me. And I'm just so proud of being a part of it.
We'll just say it's a bit of both bugging on both angles.
I was going to say, that's not the story I heard, Jay.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyways, what a great relationship we have with the Culinary Federation for many years, and just so proud to see how you guys have evolved. And Ryan, with your leadership within the Culinary Federation, we have seen a major change in the way you guys are getting younger people interested in being a part of our organization, and what you guys are doing. It's incredible. So hats off to you, Ryan. And I just can't thank you enough for being a part of today as well. It's just been an honor.
Yeah, I couldn't do it without the team that's in front of me right now, to be quite honest with you, with the four that are there, or the three that are there. Sorry, I counted myself. I apologize. But, as well as the people that aren't here right now, there's a lot of people behind the scenes that are trying to make this work. And I think the more and more as we create a sense of community amongst ourselves and a community amongst the teams, the community amongst chefs across the country, I think we'll be stronger as we go along. And, I've said this to Kim a few times. We can never forget the past, but we need to evolve in the future. And as well as we also need to work together as one voice, because if we don't work together as one voice, a bunch of voices is noise. One voice is heard, right? So,
yeah.
Wow. The philosophy, Ryan.
That's my philosophical thing.
Is it philosophical? It was so serious. Eh?
Well, and I think there needs to be a way of increasing the awareness to people that are out there, because prior to me being part of the Culinary Federation, there's so many things that I was unaware of that were happening. So it really needs to, someone needs to start talking a whole lot louder to the people that are coming up in our industry and being out there and being that education system. So people know that there are these things in place to be part of, which I think a lot of people will gravitate towards more, knowing that there is an opportunity out there.
Yeah, I agree, Kim. I didn't know, like, Ryan's brought so much information and knowledge to me, just I didn't have a clue about. Like, I totally didn't. So it's awesome. But anyways, we have to wrap up here.
On time. I know we need to stay on time here, Jay, but I just thought maybe Paul and JC, if maybe they had a closing remark.
Oh, yeah. We got to get here from them. Here we go.
Yeah.
Who wants to go first? Paul?
I just want to say thank you for this time. It's great to see JC. We don't get to see each other at all. No. It's fantastic to have this opportunity. Ryan, thank you. Everybody, thank you. I've never met Chef Sutherland before. Nice to meet you. And it's a drive. It's dig. I don't stop. JC doesn't stop, I'm sure. Plus, we got lives, and we actually get paid for a job we do too.
JC?
No, again, thank you for this and bringing awareness up a little bit on what we do. Even though we're a couple provinces apart, I'm looking so forward and working with Paul and of course Ryan. I think it's a great match this next few years, and I think it's going to be it's difficult times, but in the same sense it'll be a little easier. But Paul, I'll get back to you. It's good seeing you again.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yeah.
Awesome.
And I think I've talked enough. So the ball's over to you, Jay.
Is that possible? I don't know if that's possible. That you talk.
It's not.
I don't think it is it? Anyways, all the best to all of you. Thank you so much for being on the show today. And we'll hear more later in this week from Ryan and the next show we have. But all the best, guys. And
thanks, guys.
All right, Kim.
So cool, Jay. Like, the amount of things, you know what? Maybe that's what my show is going to end up being about, is all about the community and bringing all these different things together. Like, as much as we pride ourselves in all being part of one industry, there is so much we don't know about each other, what the other group is doing. And if we're going to be stronger together, then maybe these are all the ways in which we become stronger together.
Yeah, I know, it's awesome. I just get like all goosebumps and stuff, and listening to all these things and just learning so much.
I know. I'm like, okay, talk more. Tell me more.
I know. I'm just listening away. I'm here.
Yeah, love it.
I'm just listening. It's incredible. So our next guest, he's geeking out in the green room right now. I don't know. He's got I don't know what's with all the tight foodie shirts today, but they all pipe and showing the tight arms and the big arms. This next guest, he's a big workout freak. He's a legend also in Cisco, and he's all freaking out there. He's shaking his head. Anyways, we're going to really quick. This is going to be a quick commercial, Kev. So we're going to quick, and then we're going to bring Kevin Penner, also known as Cisco Kev, into the house here right away. Here we go.
When you're a member of the Culinary Federation, you season your culinary career with its benefits.
Connecting and networking, culinary challenges and competitions, certification programs, culinary and business skills training, cost savings programs, mentorship and career development. The Culinary Federation, bringing together professional chefs and cooks from across Canada to honor tradition while evolving into the future. Be part of the change.
Join the Culinary Federation revolution today.
Hey, everybody.
Oh, hey. Hey, Cisco Kevin.
Nice to meet you, Chef
Nice
Kim.
to meet you too. Welcome to our stage. I guess I should let Jay. He is actually the legit host. I could let.
No, you're doing great. I was actually stuck because for some reason my commercials don't run on my side. I hope they do on your side, but for some weird reason, technology wasn't my friend there a second ago. But anyways, Chef Kim, the legend, Kim, Cisco Kevin, another legend, and Kevin's going to blow your mind, Kim.
All right.
Blow your mind today.
A whole day of it, so I'm in.
Like, can you believe we only got one more after Kevin, and then we're done for today? It's
like I feel like I've just tapped into things, and I didn't want to know anything, so I didn't check out who was coming on before. I just wanted to be, and I'm just gonna say I have stayed on way longer than I thought I was going to. I was like, I don't want to be part of this thing a whole day, and now I'm like, okay, give me more. I want more. I want more. So
it's such a compliment, I gotta say.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm loving it.
We have so many cool things coming up even the rest of the week. And today's just been outstanding. I've just been soaking it in and enjoying it. And Kevin's been texting me too and telling me all this good stuff. So he's keeping me on my toes. And
awesome.
Anyways, Kev,
okay,
what are we going to talk about today with you?
Well, we'll use the term alternative revenue streams. The term pop-up, I think it confuses some people. Maybe that's not even the right term. But when this started out, right, and our CEO, Kevin Hurricane, our new CEO for Cisco, grocerant was one of the terms he used. And there were some places, and it was a little more prominent actually in the U.S. from the pop-up standpoint, where they were actually ordering in groceries and like setting up a little grocery store live. What happened for us, and I have to say, I feel quite privileged that I get to talk about this. You guys get to meet with Dean McCoo a little later in the week, who I would call the godfather of pop-up, because this guy brought, I cannot say it enough, what a privilege it has been to be part of this movement. And the reason I say that is, and I'll rewind really quickly for you guys, it's March. The bottom has fallen out of everything. And we've got our first virtual call. It's our regional president, Kim, David, Dean, Alan, who was just on the phone, and one of our DSMs. And Kim just, she's I can't wait till you get to meet our Kim. Mm-hmm. This woman is just incredibly special, like yourself. And she just looks at us and she's like, we have to help these people. What do we have that's different? And you used the term earlier, pivot. I know people are tired of hearing that. Whatever term you want to use for it, it was critical that something changed, because life as we knew it had changed and is changing. And so it was just really, for me, to be in a place where you've got the leader of your region looking at you going, we have to help these people. Like, she's always been like that. She's always been people first, but that legitimately, I think, to me, that's where the story begins. I've been with Cisco for 16 years, and I'm the enthusiasm guy. I'm the inspiring guy. I didn't ever call myself that, but I've been, that's kind of what I've embraced over the last year. Yeah. And, I spent a lot of time in these sessions, and Kim, I love what you said about that whole, what did I like? What's Cisco going to tell me? What's the all that sort of thing? And I've lived that for 15 years, thousands of customers, right? And it's complicated. And learning to meet people where they are, especially at the first few years of my career, where it's just like, who's this punk? Like, what does he know? He worked at Olive Garden for a year? Like, seriously? To then today being this guy who helps out with marketing consult. I mean, we've built this amazing marketing team across Canada, but so that really, when after Kim spoke and Dean talked about this concept and this idea, and it's like, we're going to do this. And Kim's like, yes, we are. And we have not stopped talking about this as a region in our meetings, whatever, for almost a year. Okay. So Jay, if you want to just go through the slides there, if you can go to the next one, please. Sure. So again, it's a sell-through, right? It started up and at the same time, Cisco's launching Cisco at Home, right? In across the country, and definitely a little bit misunderstood. I think at the time people didn't realize how difficult it was to get food. I was actually part of a national webinar with Randy White, our Canadian president, and 3 other people from the industry that basically said, thank you for doing this. The whole point of this presentation that they were doing was about the fact that, food security wasn't actually out of control. There were just some supply chain issues, but there was fear mongering going on, right? So this is all happening at the same time. It's just quantum shift in general, right? And then I think what's important to touch on, I learned 8 different online platforms in 2 weeks, right? Like everybody used, there was Zoom, there was Teams, there was GoToMeeting, Uber, whatever. Then one day somebody sent me a Facebook Messenger chat thing and we were live. I didn't even know how to do it, right? Well, it never occurred to me that while I was going to learn, I was going to have to teach the rest of the people that I was dealing with how to be comfortable with it too. Wow, you talk about psychology here, insecurities, frustrations, like all that stuff, right? It's just a powder keg. But anyways, I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself here. So, what was this? It was a sell-through, and it was beautiful because it's actually opened up a few doors, I think, for us as a company. You guys have touched on so many of them already this morning. Inventory, people knowing their numbers and all that stuff. Well, we had this one particular one, and Jay, if you can go ahead a bit here to the next slide. Was this the second slide or did you go to? There we go. Yeah. Her name's Chelsea. She runs a place called Chocolate Bean Flowers and Cafe. And she just went all in with it. She actually jumped onto this just like the month or 2 before the pandemic. And this woman, she's a rock star. I love her. Like literally, and once a week she's getting these orders in. It got to the point where she was taking significant orders, and in 2 to 3 hours, all the cases in, all the cases out, and people were coming and picking it up. She did a little bit of deliveries. I remember about 2 months into this when Jay and I kind of got a hold of her, and we're just like, we got to share this story. And she was practically in tears. I'm like, what's the matter? She's like, I'm tired. She's like, this is great, and I'm really happy about this. But she's like, she was hustling. She was hustling. Well, behind the scenes, every week, every meeting, we're showing, because people are still trying to wrap their head. To this day, people are still trying to wrap their head around this. We've got 150 of these, give or take, let's say 100 plus, that are still active in our region. Our goal was to get 1 or 2 going in every small city. And, with the exception of a handful, everyone was heavy lifting, because you had to teach, then you had to convince, then you had to appease, then you had to teach again, then you had to convince again, and then finally, because this was new. And I'll never forget, Jay, a conversation you and I had after we did that virtual kitchen with Chelsea and Elle, and you said, "Is this too easy? Is it possible that this is too easy?" And us, as a company, should be a little embarrassed that we didn't think of this sooner. And then, is it the customers that are going like, right? Because people have commented this with all kinds of things, Kim. Like they've said to us that you're going to ruin my brand. I'm going to ruin my. This isn't a fit for me. Well, you just look at Greg's analytics there that he just showed, right? Like saying these things with no data or anything, just feelings, right? Yeah. And don't get me wrong, some of them are potentially right, And then so as an example here, you got Chelsea. She's on Facebook and phone, and it's a grind. Dude, people are sending her messages, whatever, and she's chasing them all down, calling them all back, right? Well, she actually had me sit on a call with her last month, and she's actually turned this into online now. And she's slowly she's getting herself more efficient. She's growing and learning from this, and she has been so willing to share and teach throughout this. Like, I hope you get a chance to meet her one day. Like, just such a special woman. And then Jay, if you go to the other one, okay. So I just want to mention. Go ahead.
Before we go on here, let me find. Is this the one, Kev, or is it the one before?
It was just the one for L, like the other one, rural location. Yeah.
So I just want to mention to Kim and to everyone that's watching this and stuff like that. This is Cisco helping our customers. This is what makes us different. Is people not only like Kevin, but we have people like this across Canada that helps restaurants with this. And this is so a lot of people are like, well, you just ship food. No. This is what we do. We help our customers. This is what makes Cisco different. And I tell you, it's just awesome here. And I all those things we got to do, Kev, by having them on our show and be able to hear what they're doing and all these amazing things. And then to see you leading and coaching them, like, who does that, right? We do that, right? That's what makes us different. And
teaching people
PowerPoint.
Cool,
I think it's pretty cool.
Yeah, I think that is a huge piece, because I can come up with 1,000 ideas where I can't normally move forward in those ideas is my lack of knowledge in so many of them. So being able to have something like this to put into place, well, I have no problem boxing up groceries, ordering food, creating food. I can feed an entire army. But getting it out there is where the challenge is. And that's where this stuff becomes so beneficial.
Well, and, we learned so much through the first supply chain transition, right? Like it was tough, right? We were doing truckload sales at the same time, and people were like, hey, what do you, and we're like, whoa, hold on. Like, we're sending a truckload to the shelter a week. We can't move the food fast enough. But again, a few people misunderstood it along the way. I think everybody knows now, what we were doing and how we were trying to help. But it was the same with this. Yeah. And, but we never stopped. And again, I can't give enough credit to Dean, my coworker, where it was like, we're not, and Kim too, actually. Kim said, we are going to run this. We're going to run with this until it is not doesn't have any legs to it anymore. And we're nowhere near that yet. Right. But to your point, it's been hard. And Jay, back to your comment about what we do, take a quote from Greg, who was on a couple prior. A lot of what we do is giving people hope. And I just said it. I'll never say that to people, because that in itself is it's a dangerous statement, right? Because it legitimately, these folks that we've been having virtual coffees with, it's some of my favorite things now, where you're just sending a message and checking again, right? And seeing them through it, where it's like, and to speak to Jay, who's been at it 24/7 with these virtual kitchens pretty much since the pandemic started, or shortly there before. It was long for me, who had the luxury of a little bit more of a Monday to Friday gig compared to my peers, even though some of the days were long. It was 24/7, and the truth is, everybody that was doing it was all in. Like, everybody was like, everybody at Cisco just wants to help everybody, And Jay, I don't know if you want me to pause, or you want me to go through these now, or do you want to say something?
So what I'd like to do, Kev, because we have Michael in the green room here, and he's hanging out there. Yeah, he's all excited too. But I want to talk about pop-ups, because you've been such a big influencer and supporter, and you are changing the landscape across Canada with the pop-ups, and really reinvented a lot of businesses out there for them. And I want you to kind of walk us through what those steps are to convert or add a pop-up shop to your restaurant or a new revenue stream. Do you want to go through some of those with us right now?
Well, I think the important one, Jay, as you and I worked on this months ago, was shifting your mindset. And Kim said it earlier about it's hard. It's hard to understand that, if you know a lot, it's hard to understand that there's always more, right? And that's not a shot at anybody. I mean, everybody that's been on today knows more than I do, but I try to surround myself with that, right? So I think the biggest part was this mind shift that needed to take place, right? The second step was, as we've been learning for years, social media is it's challenging. It's new. There's a lot of people that just don't want to do it. Now we've got data out and psychology telling us it could be dangerous. So it's like, why would I want to go there? And it's like, you need to, right? So literally overnight, some of the customers who didn't have a website or social media right? And that part was challenging, right? Because how do I use social media? Then work with your local community. And I think it was Alex, can't remember who it was that talked about just, also the giving back piece of it. Some of these people are doing this as fundraisers in a lot of small communities where people don't have these big box stores. You should see the things they say on Chelsea's Facebook page. Like, thank you for doing this. We appreciate, just rallying around the community, right? And making this an out and listening. Right? Like, people have been glued to their social media. All the numbers are 100% or more up on all platforms, right? So just simply asking people a question, they're just waiting for you to talk to them, right? Mm-hmm. So there's that engagement piece of social media that comes with it. And then engaging with your community, right? Because they're going to tell you what they like and what they don't, right? Mm-hmm. Then seek feedback and recommendations, like I just said, on the new items, but also like, you know, the different businesses that this has worked for. Whether it be the motel with a vendor, whether it be, we've worked with some healthcare facilities where they've got like an individual facility, but they can't have people in, but they can still, like, there's so many, we've literally got one in every space. And the big thing for us that was crazy was up until we opened one up in Winnipeg, like our big city, right? Everyone's like, well, that won't work in this. People were literally telling us they never tried to do anything about it. It's not going to work in Winnipeg. Well, now we got 6 or 7 in Winnipeg, and now everybody's listening, right? Everybody's like, oh, okay, you know, I call them snowflakes because everyone's different, right? Some pop-ups, all they've done, they've moved 100% to selling just cases. We've got one lady who does 1 item a week, but she uses it to enrich her whole meal replacement. And that it's like, I don't care. However you want to do it, let's figure it out, right? The Cisco Sales Associate's pretty important because in the past, you know, we were, you know, our brands are very important to us, our specs, our whatever, all that. Well, and it was hard for us to take advantage of opportunity buys because our regular restaurant customers, that's not their spec. Whereas now this grocery store where our protein buyer or whatever can buy some of this product and our customers can blow through it. Cheap case of chicken fingers and they're blowing through 700 cases in 2 days.
No
you know,
kidding.
right? Because the end user that goes to their grocery store, they've never experienced anything for the most part, other than at their restaurant. They've never experienced restaurant grade, right?
Totally.
And then the start small piece, you know, we've had a couple who just are like, they want to offer everything in the kitchen sink. Well, it starts with hot deal. It starts with, hey, I've got to blow it on steaks. I've got garlic. And who Alan was on earlier, the Mennonite restaurant, right? I got cheap pierogies, like whatever that hook is, you know, and then building from there. Chelsea has almost become a little Cisco hub now, right? Elle at Newbies in New Bothwell, very small place, not really much around her. She's ramped up all the rest of her game around it. She does video. This woman does videos every day now, and she's like, oh man, thanks so much for I was scared to do it. You forced me or whatever. I don't want to take. You don't even want to take credit for it. She's the one that did it, but just seeing this growth, right? And then carefully selecting the right platform, right? We had a few customers that were literally chasing, they were exhausted, whereas others were like, they moved it right to that e-commerce piece. And it literally is a separate living, breathing revenue stream now.
So Kevin, these are all awesome tips and really getting people to understand if you are a restaurateur right now or, you know, through even moving forward right now, you know, you're looking at the revenue isn't there. You're not bringing in a lot of revenue because, you know, your takeout is there, but you're looking to increase increase revenue, in a new fashion, really introducing an online grocery store or online sell-through, as you call it, is actually quite simple to do. And it helps you generate that extra income that you might have missing from the in-house dining. And you've had some great stories where people are actually making even easier, I don't want to say easier profits, but really generous profits by selling through. So I guess the idea here, and I'm not to beat up on grocery stores, but all the grocery stores over the past, I remember it was Dean McHugh that we'll have on the show later this week. He said the grocery stores have taken so much business away from our industry over the years. It's time to take some of that back. And that was the thing that Dean said to me is really, especially in smaller communities, instead of having to drive into a smaller community to grab your groceries, you can actually order them from that restaurant that you're supporting and you're supporting local. And from a restaurant's perspective, with support from Cisco and from our teams and our folks like Kevin, it's really easy to implement and it's really easy to do. And you pretty much, our teams and our people like Kevin will walk you through the whole process to show how easy it is. And I tell you, we always talk about how much food you have to sell in a restaurant to generate the same kind of profit you are in a pop-up style grocery store. So these things are so good, Kevin, when we talk about supporting our customers.
And I would think where it could be incredibly easy and beneficial would be like, I know for me, if I put something like this in a couple of the places here in town, I have a reputation for what kind of product I'm going to have. I have a reputation for what I would serve. So you go to a grocery store and you're kind of like just winging it as to what you want. It might not be something you like. Whereas I can say, hey, you know what? These were the chicken fingers I used. You guys have had them here so many times. Here, you want your own case for home, kind of thing. So there's that trust and that loyalty that has been built up that would make it a lot easier for people to purchase from that local spot.
You're leveraging your brand. You're leveraging your trust, your loyalty, like that. Well said.
Yeah, I love
so
that.
Kevin, what's the next level of this? Is this? I want to share that. It says it on this.
Yeah, I was just trying to make all my bullets look different, you know. But I think that as people scale this, as openings are impending, I get it. We're not sure about the timing, the scaling, and all that of it. I just think that if you want to keep this running, right, because some places are able to do this because you can manage it with very low staff, right. But as the restaurant gets open, if you don't want this to go away, and again, it's totally the restaurant's choice. We're good either way. We're here to help. I think the important piece is that if they move it to an online system and they get it more, you know, you teach people. I know everyone, my customers would never do that. It's like everybody finds out eventually that most of your customers will do that, right? And yes, maybe a handful of them still phone in and text you, but most of them will gravitate eventually to that online system. It makes it even more efficient, makes it easier to track your numbers. And I think, you know, now we're talking like POS system integrations. Like Chelsea, literally, she's got the first thing that comes up on her online menu is her grocery items, then her menu, and then flowers. Like it's all, and she's doing, like, don't worry, she's busting her butt, but she's doing it, you know. And she's the one that came to this conclusion, right? I think that was a hard part for me because I spent probably 10 to 15 years trying to convince. And then, you know, if you look at the psychological aspect of it, all these quotes and everything out there, you can't make somebody change. So I think having patience here and just continuing to answer their questions, because people who we've presented this to a month later come back to us and the rep's like, I don't know what clicked. I'm like, don't worry about it. Whatever clicked, they're ready to do it, right? And Jay, I don't know if it was the slides before this or the 2 slides after about social media. The other really critical piece of this, okay, so here, just really quick, Alan talked about menu services. I've made like 80 of these templates for customers. You customize the background, throw a couple items in, and rip it off to them. Some customers are literally just posting an image of the item on their social media. Some people overthink it, which that's a problem because we've had somebody that, the pictures are awful on that. Somebody that I knew was like, those pictures are awful. I'm like, you do know that she sold 98 cases of that last week, right? And it's like, yeah. So maybe you could just dial it back a little bit. I think she's doing just fine over there, you know? And so it's not to overthink it. We can help it. Our menu services team has also done half of these templates for our customers. But Jay, the social media piece is so critical. And, you know, I don't have a ton of time to talk about it, but the dreaded algorithm, okay? 5 to 10% of your posts, if you don't monetize or pay for them, go to your regular customers. So as an example, if you have 2,000 people that follow you and you put out a post on your pop-up, 100 to 150 of your customers will see it. If you pay $50 over, as an example, that's a high. You could even just spend 10. But I just did it. The reason I'm using this example, I just did it with Cisco Winnipeg for one of our posts. You spend $50, $10 a day over 5 days. Every single person in your feed gets that post. Now, some people get hung up, right? Listen, I'm not a fan. I hate that happened, but it's the reality of it, right? Now, you don't have to do that every week. Once you get people seeing your content on a regular basis again and following, you don't need to do that. But that has been the single biggest thing is teaching people to understand that. Meanwhile, while they were learning social media, Facebook pulled the carpet. Sorry, I'm not. I don't mean to say that. They changed. The platform changed and kind of overnight. And while they were learning, they also then it was like, you have to pay too for this, right? And so I think it's critical that people just kind of embrace and lean in and we work on it together and we try, because having a strategy, you know, we've got some customers like, I just don't understand why this is not working. And they're posting every 2 weeks. This other customer is posting every other day, right? And that it's just the consistency and frequency, right?
So Kev, as we wrap up here and things like this, and I want to talk about the pop-up concept.
Yep.
So if I'm a restaurateur and I'm hearing this right now for the first time, I reach out to my sales rep, or I reach out to someone from Cisco, and I say, I really am interested in learning more about these pop-ups. That's the best way, correct?
Correct. Book a 30-minute, 15 to 30, let's say 30 minutes. We can usually do it. Dean, the godfather of pop-up, will tell his 4 to 5 minute story about how this all got started, which actually really helps. And then, we had a customer, we actually turned this around in 24 hours. So they literally picked their 2 items. We built a template for them, and the next day they had posted this online. Now, it is critical that you have different level of expectations for this, right? Because I say start small, because we only have so much inventory, right? Based on if you're going to do it this way. So if your goal is to sell 10 cases of steaks this week, that's okay. Who cares if you didn't run out, you sold out. Right. And so just teaching people to start small, and also some of them don't take off right away, but that half an hour call that we do as a team collaborating together. And listen, some of our customers have taken everything we've done and run with it. They have killer marketing departments, and they do. I won't be offended. At the end of the day, I just want to help. I want to help you be successful. I want you to be able to bring more staff back. That's really all that matters.
And it's that simple, really.
Yeah.
We want to help you with these. We want to generate extra income, things like this. And for a lot of these people, they're going to continue to keep doing it as we open back up. And
some people are bundling it with their restaurant, with their takeout now. Hey, order a pop-up, get X number off your take. Like it's pretty special. Yeah.
It's absolutely evolving.
Totally.
Kim, you didn't know, did you?
Not to that level. And I would say, as you were talking about it, I was thinking my side hustle is as a yoga teacher. And I always think in the yoga world, we don't say things good or bad. We say them skilled or unskilled. And this is very much one of those things that as an industry, we were doing in an unskilled manner. And we're shifting in such a huge way to become so skilled at it, and aware of the benefits and aware of it meaning more staff. You don't have to lay off those people. You can have someone, like we had private golf courses and private clubs in London that were doing this kind of setup. And it was so strange to see them start it. But then afterwards you kind of went, oh yeah, no, that really makes sense. And it's it's so smart to do it that way. And it makes things, I like the part that it makes things so accessible to so many people. That is so exciting that you can have the same thing in the restaurant as you're having in your house. And what that looks like. That's super exciting. And I feel like a lot of people would get on board with that.
And you're helping. At the end of the day, I told so many people who are like, well, how can I help? Like, ask the restaurant, ask them how you can help. Don't be shy, So And thanks for that yoga analogy. I wish my wife was listening. I can't wait to share the recording with her. She teaches yoga as well, and you're so right. It's so positive, and so we're not doing anything bad. We're doing it good, and we're going to keep growing.
And then we're still learning, and I think in this whole thing, that's the way to look at all of this, is that we're just becoming so much more skilled at all of those things that we can do. So
yes, it's been awful. I get it, but it's been an opportunity for us to grow, and in some ways.
Yeah, especially as an industry, it's huge for us because now it really feels like there's so many more of us on the same team.
Yes,
we're coming together for one common goal, and that is to feed people in whatever aspect.
Yes.
And I have to throw this out here because I heard this the other day on a TED Talk, or not a TED Talk. It was a podcast with Simon Sinek and Bernie Brown. It was the fact that you don't need to know everyone on the team either to be a part of the team.
No.
And that's the cool thing about our industry in Canada. Is even some of the people that are on the show today, I don't know them, but they're part of our team, right? And we're a very strong, and that's cool because we know we reach out. We even on the show today, is a lot of those people just, you know what, I'm going to come on the show, right? And we don't know them. And I just met Kim, was it a month and a half ago?
Yep.
I think. And
you're like, we're besties now.
I know, we're besties. We're hanging out. Just wait till I get to go to Toronto.
Yeah.
So all these great things, I just think we're a team in Canada that supports each other, and as we move forward, it's awesome. And I want to thank you, Kevin, for today, and amazing stuff. We've actually broke LinkedIn, streaming today, just so you know, on Cisco Canada. So if you are watching us on LinkedIn, move to Facebook. Apparently, after 4 hours, Kim, they don't like us to stream that long on LinkedIn, but that's okay. We broke it. We broke it. It's good.
I'll take responsibility for that and talk
That's okay.
Forgiveness, not permission in that instance.
You know what? They're going to miss Mr. Michael Adet. That's next.
No, that's not good.
No, that's okay. We got Facebook and
You guys are in for a treat. You're in for a treat, Kim.
We're good.
Oh,
We're okay. But Kevin, thanks again for all your energy. It's pretty crazy energy. Hey, Kim.
I appreciate you guys. Okay.
All stuff. All the best, Kevin.
Okay. Thanks for everything you guys are doing.
Thanks, Kevin.
Yeah.
Here we go. Kevin. He's a whirlwind, eh?
Yeah, love it.
Yeah. We could just bottle that.
It's because he breathes, Jay. He breathes. You could tell.
Hey, I've been breathing good. I'm on coffee number 3.
Yeah.
I'm good. I actually tapping out. I'm good. I'm tapping out on coffee. I can't do anymore.
No.
I'm starting to see stuff.
Yeah.
So, anyways,
all the coffee
it's like
and all
good.
the shiny lights in front of you.
Exactly. These bright lights. Oh my God. I don't know why I bought them. Anyways, next guest. Some may know him as Michael Adet. We call him the marketing restaurant expert in Canada. He's in the green room hanging out, and he's got a guest. I'm going to let him do the introductions of the guest. But Michael's been awesome at what he's been doing for Canada, for our customers in the industry. And we're going to cut to a really quick commercial break. And then Mike will be back with his guest. And then I can't believe, Kim, we're almost done.
I know. I feel like I'm still.
It really went fast.
It did. It went by really quickly, actually.
God. Thank God, eh?
Yeah.
It's all day with me. Anyways, here we go. We'll be right back.
All right.
When you're a member of the Culinary Federation, you season your culinary career with its benefits.
Connecting and networking, culinary challenges and competitions, certification programs, culinary and business skills training, cost savings programs, mentorship and career development. The Culinary Federation, bringing together professional chefs and cooks from across Canada to honor tradition while evolving into the future. Be part of the change.
Join the Culinary Federation revolution today.
Hello, Michael. Welcome.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I think we're all afternoon Canada now.
Yeah.
Right?
We're officially in the afternoon here on the West Coast. So,
okay.
Jay, what a
so Kim, meet Michael. Michael, meet Kim.
Michael,
nice to meet you. We've already met on Instagram. Thank you very much for the follow. Your feed is absolutely awesome, by the way. You just drop your Instagram handle here and get people following you.
Perfect. I will for sure.
Awesome. So, Michael, social media expert, marketing expert overall in marketing. What are we talking about today, Michael?
Well, Jay, you've had an absolutely amazing lineup of speakers this morning. I've been following along all morning, and I'm quite glad that you put me up last because a lot of the things that you talked about today really built into what we're going to talk about here next, which is tackling this beast of social media. And I think we've certainly led into some really good conversations over our last 3 episodes where we talked about the Instagram algorithm, and then we talked about utilizing an influencer with Winnie from Fat Pants Forever, and what a great episode that was, and getting some insights from these industry experts. Just don't just take my word for it. There are a number of people that have studied this subject and are really great, good knowledge and really good creators. And my guest today certainly is no exception. I met Amanda 2 years ago. She attended 2 of our workshops that we did, our workshop called Side Dish. So a series of educational events for food service professionals. Because let's face it, we get into this business and there's not a lot of extra training on all these little things that you need to do as a business owner, because it's not just about the food that you're putting on the plate. You have to be an accountant, you have to be an inventory taker, you have to put on your human resources hat, and then you have to, tackle this beast of marketing. And sometimes, I think marketing can easily be put off to the side, or it can become an afterthought. And it's so important. You talked about menu. Menu is your number one marketing tool. Why are we not investing more time into our menu? Right behind that, social media, another huge, and I call it the nearly free marketing tool that can make such a big difference in your business, and especially what we've seen the last 12 months through this pandemic, how important social media and utilizing that free marketing tool can be for your business. So let's bring in Amanda and we'll do some introductions. Hi, Amanda.
Hi.
Welcome to the show. Amanda is she is a brilliant content creator. We're going to take a little bit more of a deep dive into this. But first up, you are the creative genius behind your agency, cleverly named Pop Clink Fizz. Tell us a little bit more about what you do.
Okay, so I basically specialize in the utilization of social media platforms to excel someone's business. So anywhere from engaging in unique posts to virtual events to utilizing a platform's features to gain the business's full potential online, as well as grow their audience online. There was a lot of businesses who had to go online during the pandemic, and I was kind of there to help. I did different styles of social posts to engage with their audience. We did online menus. We even created a watch party for wing night. So people would order wings to go, and then we would feature a movie where we all kind of got together on Facebook and watched it, as well as we did live sessions and so on.
Now, you also look after two social feeds, both for the train station pub and Midtown Station pub, two great Cisco customers located in Kelowna, BC. So like many marketing people, you do wear many hats with a full-time job working for two great restaurants, and then your own side gig as well.
Yes.
Excellent. Well, we talk a lot about content creation, being so important. And I think it's something that a lot of restaurants struggle with is, getting really good content to use. And I believe that comes beyond just a photo of some fantastic food. You really need to market all different kinds of areas of your business. And you have a very unique style. I love it. Tell us a little bit more about your style and your creative process. And in the meantime, I'm going to flash up the train station and Midtown Station's feeds so people can get a really good look at what you're doing.
Yes, please do. I take pride in those 2 pages. So there are a few factors that decide what you're going to share and how we're going about it. During these times, I basically you don't just want to post a pretty photo or, hey, check out this dish. We definitely do post a lot of our dishes, but we also have a lot going on in our restaurant. So we like to share that. We do have a lot of promotions. We do pair up with a lot of people, such as we do Brewery of the Month. We do now Winery of the Month. We had our Kelowna Dine Around, where a bunch of local businesses created a smaller menu for a smaller 3-course menu for a certain price. And yeah, I don't just share photos. I like to put verbiage right in there so it's eye-catching and engaging in 2 seconds. Anywhere from the utilization of stickers, carousels. Once again, like I said, questions are a huge thing. If you ask a question, usually people are really inclined to answer. I know at Midtown Station, we did run a poll before as to what kind of cocktails people want to see, or what drinks they want to see, or even what beers they want to have. So anything that engages the audience online. Yeah, like I don't really care to use stock photos a lot. We usually take a lot of our photos in-house or on the fly. I definitely like doing candid photos and seeing how we can use them. The ones with our staff, pouring wine, stuff like that. I like to build that connection in the photo.
And, we're going to talk a little bit more on Wednesday about storytelling through photos and images and what you want to do. And again, that pretty plate of food sometimes doesn't tell the full story about what's going on. So we'll take a deeper dive into that on Wednesday. So let's say a restaurant wants to come to you and say, I need help with my business. I need help with some content creation. I have a budget, and we talked about that when we were talking with our influencer, Winnie, as the number one question should be, what kind of budget do you have? What are the next steps for you to get that process rolling?
So if someone came to me saying, hey, I got a budget, the other question I would say is, okay, I mean, like I understand in the restaurant industry and every business, ultimately you want to drive business into your four walls, but sometimes everybody has a different outlook as to how they want to go about it. So there's definitely been some businesses, wineries that I've dealt with, or restaurants where they say, okay, we want more follows. There's a couple businesses that said, okay, we would like to have more reviews on Google or more reviews on Yelp. And then we kind of progress from there. At the same time, though, another big thing is, and this kind of goes back to my personal training days, is when I'm talking to somebody who says they have a budget, I also like to educate a little bit. So, for instance, I think the most challenging thing with restaurants is stories. So I share a lot of stories onto Train Station Pub and Midtown Station, but when I'm not there doing stories, I actually allocate a couple people onto the Instagram page to share stories to help build that engagement. And then we coach as well. So I had a company that wanted more follows, which is all fine and dandy to get more follows onto your page. That's great. I think they wanted like 100 follows a week, which was a bit of a challenge to attain. But I said, okay, so you want more follows, but we need more engagement as well. We need those real people talking to our post, because that's actually what's going to push your post organically to other people's feed without them even already following you. And that's what we want. So when it comes to a budget, it just depends what they want their outcome to be, as well as me describing maybe some things to consider and then kind of meeting halfway.
And you bring up the additional features within Instagram, and we know from some of the discussion that we had before, Instagram wants you to use all of the features within the app. So it's not just about posting to your feed. You also need to post to stories. You also need to create reels, and then you also touched on, which is also important to genuine connections and connecting with accounts that follow you, and connecting with the content that you're pushing out. Now, all this great content that you're creating, if based on my budget, like what am I going to get? How much content am I going to get from you?
Yeah, so the starting point for anybody on a budget is basically posting 3 times a week. So just doing a Monday, Wednesday, and Friday post, or a Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday or Sunday. And that's one thing that's kind of heavily monitored when you're starting out. You want to basically see maybe what time, what day gains the most traction, and then utilizing that. And then as well as with those posts, making sure that you have the right hashtags, you're tagging every business that you think would respond back. So not just kind of tagging some random business that might be in the US. You want to tag actual businesses that are probably close near you and that might interact back. And then once again, like I said, monitoring all its impressions. So anybody's reactions. Saving a post is a really big thing right now. Sending a post. So having people look at your post and sharing it with other people, that is huge right now. And then ideally, if you really wanted to utilize your social media platforms, particularly Instagram, to its full potential right now, and this is something that is great, a little hard to achieve. So you want to basically post 3 times a week, 1 reel, and then 7 stories a day. So that's like the sweet spot right now that really gets the ball rolling with your business and gets that exposure.
Wow. So, my next question was going to be, how often should I post? And, that sweet spot that you said, that might not be achievable for a lot of businesses, because you do have to spend quite a bit amount of time. What else would you have for a strategy around the frequency and scheduling of all this activity that you just talked about?
Yeah. So right now, actually, what I do, so when I started back in March and even prior to March, I was still posting for Train Station Pub and Midtown Station. I did it all manual, and manual is absolutely awesome. It's great, but it does take a long time. So what I actually did was I invested in a scheduling program to schedule the posts properly, and I can actually tag businesses. So instead of me going on every morning for probably like a half hour, 45 minutes and posting, I would schedule everything in. And it also helped out a lot because once again, we do have a lot going on, and I'm sure a lot of restaurants, you can find so many things to post about: your wines, your beers, your food, your dishes, staff. Like there's so much content you can create from a restaurant. It takes a lengthy time. So I utilize a program called Buffer. I can schedule however many posts a day at whatever times. It shows me analytics. It shows me when people are most engaging in my posts. And I really like using that program. And honestly, even with Train Station, we tried to go down to about 3 or 4 posts a week to kind of hit that sweet spot. And there's so much we want to share. So now I can post, I think it's about 7 days a week. And some days we post almost 2 times just because we have so much that like we want to share and get out there.
Totally hit the nail on the head. I think the restaurant is a gold mine of content, well beyond just the amazing food that you're putting out there. And there's lots of opportunity to capitalize on many different areas of your business. Now, for those that are just sort of new into this social media thing, or specifically with Instagram, my account doesn't have many followers. What advice do you have around, growing your audience? And I know I get them all the time. You probably do too. You get this private message that says, click here, we're going to get you 5,000 followers. And we know that, that's a link to spending some money. What are your thoughts about that?
So I am very in the gray area as to how I feel about it. I've definitely in the past have done the paid for followers, and I realized I paid, I think it wasn't even that much, but I got the followers, and then I actually looked at all those accounts and I was like, ooh, this was silly of me. Like this is probably 5 years back, and I think everybody's got to go through it once. But I do actually have a client that I did take on, and she said she did pay an agency to get followers, and she had real life followers. The only thing I would say with that is it's hard to find. Like it's kind of like finding a needle in a haystack. I think the biggest thing is with those accounts that are kind of wanting to engage with you, whether it's pay for your followers or, hey, we want to collaborate with you on like coconut bowls. I know that was a big thing on Instagram for a while, and we want to collaborate, become an ambassador. you definitely would have to look really, really, really deep into their business or their page to see what they're all about. If they actually do have that level of communication, you know, they're responding back to comments, they're sharing a lot of content, they're sharing a lot of real life stories. They've got real life people liking their posts or responding to their posts. The biggest thing with, if you're trying to get followers right now, I find during these times, as well as I think it's something that's like here to stay, and it's a great thing, is collaborating with real life businesses. So like for instance, on Mother's Day and Father's Day at Train Station, we sold takeaway dinners. Mother's Day we sold a takeaway brunch, and then Father's Day we sold barbecue kits. But we actually teamed up with local businesses so you could build your gift basket for mom all in one order. So we took like a small fee off of the other businesses. Like we had a candle company, a bath bomb company. We teamed up with a winery. We teamed up with a coffee company and a couple others. And you would go onto our website, you would order your brunch to go, as well as anything else you wanted to get for mom. It was awesome. It was great. Like we shared the other businesses, they interacted with us, we interacted back, and you build kind of those friendships for life. I think that's what matters a lot more than just finding those people online. They're like, oh, we can just pay for your followers. And because you don't know where those followers are coming from either. They could be coming from India or Thailand or somewhere that's really not going to impact, especially your restaurant.
Excellent advice. And I hope that whoever is listening right now got their pen out and wrote some stuff down, because you just dropped some amazing ideas for, you know, two big events that are coming up for restaurants. And that is going to be Mother's Day. And don't discount Easter as well, because you know, that's also a big event too. And, you know, there's a big question mark on what that's going to look like for restaurants, not only here in British Columbia, but certainly across Canada as we continue to navigate through this terrible pandemic. My last question for you, before we open up for any questions from Kim and Jay, and certainly anything that popped up in the chat as we were talking, is TikTok. And I've been asked about it myself a number of times. You know, it's certainly all the rage right now. And I've started to see a few businesses kind of creeping in there. Do you think that there's a place for business in that channel? Is it something we should jump into?
100%. Yeah. The answer is yes. So I've been on TikTok since January of 2020. And actually, even in some of my courses in college, we were studying it. And the agency that I subcontract through right now as well, we're always experimenting with TikTok. It's definitely a hard platform in the sense that it's not as easy to figure out its algorithm as like Instagram or Facebook, but it is definitely something worth getting into. It's the biggest thing with TikTok is when you're creating content, I notice a lot of stories, as well as like a niche. Everybody's got a niche, but the stories is a big thing. So I mean, I'm sure everybody's heard of the whipped coffee thing or the tomato and feta pasta that was like huge.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that all came from TikTok. And it's so funny because basically it's a TikTok trend. So not only do you want to create a niche and an image for yourself on TikTok, but you also want to start A, trends, B, the utilization of music, and then C, you want to create like a story, in the sense that, you know, you can start off, especially with the restaurant industry, maybe start off with tomatoes for the month and what you can make with tomatoes. And then the next month will be like cucumbers and what you can make with cucumbers. And then you kind of have those people going, oh my gosh, like, okay, so they're doing every month, they're trying a different vegetable and how many dishes you can make from it. I know right now the biggest TikTok trends for food is, of course, like the tomato feta. Now everybody's actually doing feta mixed with other things. I know there was feta with strawberry, there was feta with potatoes, so that's a big thing. And as well as cooking tactics, so cooking made easy. And then the other one is taking Gordon Ramsay in like everything that you cook, whether it's a dish where you're just like kind of making a dish that you know he's probably going to comment quite aggressively on, or right now it was beef Wellington. People making beef Wellington would tag him and he'll actually watch you do it. So TikTok, yes. And then of course, don't forget Instagram Reels. Instagram Reels is kind of like if there's a song or something trending on TikTok, Instagram Reels is probably going to be 3 steps behind. So anything that's going viral on TikTok, any kind of challenge that's like been there for a week, maybe it's starting to deflate a little bit, that's when you want to go on Instagram Reels because it's just starting to come up on there.
So interesting, because you know what? I must say I started to do the tortilla folding that I did see on Instagram, TikTok, that I'm sure everybody does, and I still do it today. So we do learn things from our social accounts. Great information.
Yeah, absolutely. I was taking notes. I had my pen out for sure, because so many of these things are such a new concept for, I'm a like not techie person whatsoever. I have an 11-year-old, 13-year-old, and 14-year-old that are they are the driving force behind a lot of my stuff. But my 11-year-old, she was actually a TikToker when it was Musical.ly. So we're going back like way back, and she knows everything about it. And she's super, super crazy about all of that. And the music that, like, if anybody thought it was a trend that was going away, the music that my child has, her playlists are mind-blowing, and all are things that have been picked up off TikTok. And then she knows things like the Ra Ra Rasputin. She knows the entire song of that and a Russian dance to go with it, purely because of TikTok. But there's so many, I think it for restaurants is still very untapped in that concept of food, because again, I will say my superpower is feeding thousands of people. It is not electronics or any part of social media stuff. So having all those tips and making them easy for people and understanding is a huge piece. So I definitely see the bonus in all of that, and the direction that it's going for us, for sure.
You know what's interesting is the fact that it's really crept into and being a big part of our industry is social media, right? Like, you have to be present on it in your restaurants today to get the word out there and the branding of what you are. And it is a big area that a lot of people just, didn't really get into a lot of it, right? When you ran a restaurant at the time, and nowadays it's a must. It definitely is. And it's a huge influencer in a sense of your business model and what you do in the future. I'm blown away by it, because I've seen from our shows and the things we've done on our shows of influencing different people and different things. And Michael's been training me on this stuff since day one, and it's made a big difference, and it's awesome. So I can't thank you, Amanda, enough to be on our show today. Michael, always a pleasure to have you on there.
Well, thank you very much, Jay. Thank you, Amanda. Please check out Amanda's Instagram feed. It's awesome. There's more tips all the time.
And I have one more tip of the day here. Okay. This is one thing I actually forgot to mention. Okay, so if you own a business, a restaurant, there is a DoorDash sticker on your stories. I highly recommend using DoorDash when you're sharing food items. When we did it at train station and Midtown Station, some nights we had to shut it off. We had to shut off or pause our DoorDash because we would get an influx of orders. We go from 8 orders on average ish, maybe a night on like say a Tuesday night when it's slow, to like 25 orders. And yeah, so just throwing that one out there, link DoorDash to your restaurant on your stories.
So what you're saying is the kitchen's slammed, even though there's capacity in the restaurant itself.
Yeah.
And that can throw a monkey
Something that
wrench
not a lot of
into things as well.
So I highly recommend it.
Cool.
The other thing I want to throw out there is that Gordon Ramsay cooked with Kim. Just so you know.
Yeah.
Nice to you.
You know what? He was beyond wonderful, and I actually got him to call my boss and call him an effing donkey on the phone. It's like the best thing ever. He was so great though, and I could see how he would be engaged in stuff like that for sure. So I really think that the only other thing I was going to add, the part about Reels and TikTok and that, I really feel like that makes the addition of those makes people. So it takes it out of it being a restaurant, and it puts a personality behind it. It puts like an actual human being behind it, and you get to see, like, because they're entertaining to watch. Like, there are some people that have got it down to an art, and they're not promoting anything about food. They're just being like human beings in all of it, and that's a really cool part of it, because we don't go like as chefs, we love to hang out in the kitchen and not be out there in a lot of scenarios. So the fact that it's putting us out there I think is a really cool idea as well. Gives people insiders look.
You're right. Absolutely. People love people. It's a really good point there, Kim. Awesome stuff.
Before you wrap it up, I do want to say one thing. You know, nobody else in food service is doing what we're doing here today. Having open dialogue, tackling what can be touchy issues for some restaurants and restaurant operators, and certainly showing the difference of what Cisco has to offer and to bring to the table. And this is really just scratching the surface. I encourage you that if you're not currently doing business with us anywhere across Canada, look us up. You know, we have a lot to offer, a lot more than just great food and great products. We have so much more, and those offerings are available coast to coast. So Thank you very much for having me on today.
No problem. Thank you both.
That was great.
Thank you.
All right. We'll see you later. See you, Michael. See you later this week.
Bye.
Bye.
So, Kim, that's a wrap with day one.
We did it.
We did it.
Nice.
4 liters of coffee later.
Oh, I'm gonna go make one now and sit and enjoy it. I've been only
I'm gonna just digest. I'm gonna go maybe have a nap. I don't know, but it's been an absolute pleasure having you as our co-host on today's show, and look forward to the rest of the week. With you. I hope you can spend time with us, because we had such a great time learning so much.
Yeah.
And this is just the start. Wait till tomorrow. We have Canada Beef on. We have so many great, amazing guests coming up over the next 3 days. It will blow your mind.
I love it. I love it, Jay. I have to say, you can definitely feel the Cisco difference, and this opens up a major platform for so many people with so many things that we didn't know. And I think it's absolutely awesome. And it is a pleasure to be part of it. And I can't wait for tomorrow. I feel like I'm at the show and I'm getting all my engagement and I'm learning all new things. And other than I don't have anybody providing food for me or the beverage, which is
we're going to get some stuff shipped to you. Don't worry.
I know, right? I need takeout orders tomorrow. So yeah.
I got a list. Well, we're going to be back tomorrow at 11 a.m. Eastern time again. Same time, same length. We also, like I said, we got tons of guests coming up tomorrow. A whole bunch of new people. We got a lot of Cisco different stuff tomorrow as well. Continue the conversation, but we're going to continue to share live on all. I can't believe we broke LinkedIn, but that's okay. We'll be back again and more.
That's awesome. Yeah,
that's awesome, man. Anyways, thanks, Kim. You have a great evening, and everyone else, see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
Let's find the button I push for this one, eh?
I'm leaving. I'm out.
Which one? Which one are we gonna do? This one? Let's do this one.